Chapter 26:46. But I didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope this time. First, Her Majesty returned, and now, His Majesty ascended the throne, and the fairy emperor's seal gathered once again. The strength god said with some relief, "It seems that the fairy race is magnanimous this time. Good people have good karma." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at the strength god. He thought, "You guys have always been hiding in the mountains and forests. This time, you came out because you had no other choice. How dare you say that you are magnanimous?" Sigh, as the fairy emperor, "Even I can't bear to listen to this. Spring of life, I do have some." Chu Yang calculated in his heart. He definitely had a lot of spring of life on hand, but there was no such thing as too much. Who knew how much the fairy race needed, and how much he would have to give? 30%, 50%, 70%, or all of it? These were all unknown. But in the end, Chu Yang still decided that it would be worth it even if he had to give up all of the spring of life to save the elf race, and to provide such a powerful assistance in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Moreover, he was the fairy emperor. He couldn't just stand in the toilet and not do anything on the side. Mo Tianji frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. "I believe that my spring of life can solve the fairy race's urgent needs," Chu Yang said lightly. "Since I am the fairy emperor, I naturally have to do something for the fairy race. Leave the fairy race's lack of spring of life to me." When Chu Yang said this, the 5 fairy gods were overjoyed. They knew that Chu Yang, the fairy emperor, was suddenly forced to do something beyond his ability. It was too sudden, and it was impossible for someone who wasn't in fairy to suddenly become the fairy emperor to hold all the real power. If Chu Yang really acted like a tyrant now, the 5 fairy gods might not listen to him, ordering them to do this and that, and the fairy race might even riot. Even if they tried their best, it would be like they were obeying on the surface but opposing on the inside. The current situation was, the fairy emperor's seal had coincidentally landed on Chu Yang, which was equivalent to binding Chu Yang. Since Chu Yang was willing to contribute to the spring of life, even if the fairy race's declining situation couldn't be completely resolved, there was at least room for improvement. It could be said to be a pretty good result. On this basis, the fairy race would do something for Chu Yang. So, it was only natural for them to accept Chu Yang's orders. But Minister Chu obviously hadn't finished speaking. The 5 elven gods immediately understood. He knew that the real show was about to begin. The elf emperor that he had just acknowledged was going to negotiate with them. However, everyone was already mentally prepared and did not feel that it was sudden. "Your Majesty, please speak," the 5 said in unison. "I also don't have any conditions, just one." Chu Yang said seriously, "The experts of the elf clan must accompany me to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. The expert I'm talking about. It means that the elves must send out all their elites and must not be negligent." Previously, Chu Yang had also thought that the elves had come out in large numbers to fight against the extraterrestrial demons because there was no hope left. But if he gave them hope, would they shrink back? However, this concern only flashed through his mind. With the pride of the elves, such a thing would happen. It was absolutely impossible. Just this? The 5 elven gods were a little surprised by Chu Yang's condition. "This is enough." Chu Yang nodded seriously. "That's easy. Can this still be used as a condition?" The 5 elven gods heaved a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. "The elves came out this time to kill the extraterrestrial demons. Even if your Majesty didn't mention it, we would still have to fight. We can't pull out the bridge after crossing the river." Haha. At the side, Mo Tianji relaxed his brows and heaved a sigh of relief. This was also what he was worried about just now. It was not that he was trying to be petty, but this battle was really too crucial. A huge force like the elf clan was also very important. They could not afford any mishaps. Therefore, Mo Tianji was also worried about personal gains and losses. "Yes, so I didn't negotiate with you at all." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hearing that this was not a condition, with Minister Chu's shrewdness, he naturally changed the topic immediately. The shamelessness of a certain king of hell. Everyone was already used to this. It was just that the 5 elven gods had never dealt with someone before, so naturally, they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, the 5 elven gods were depressed again. We were just saying it to express our clan's sense of right and wrong. You really went along with it. The saint had been defeated, and the situation was set. Everyone knew that from now on, the imperial court was bound to usher in unprecedented chaos. The Saint Emperor Palace's strength, which belonged to the saint, would definitely bring about huge losses to the imperial court. However, after this wave of chaos, great chaos would inevitably be followed by great governance. It could be expected that there would truly be long-term peace and stability. Of course, this was on the premise that the extraterrestrial demons were completely eliminated. "How's the latest news?" Shuai Han asked when he heard the jingling sounds on Mo Tianji's body. Ever since he revealed his identity as the head of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department, Mo Tianji couldn't wait to fully release this sound. This was because with the Heavenly Secrets hands on him, there would be news coming every time. Every piece of news couldn't be heard by others, but all the vibrations had to be borne by him alone. It wasn't that big of a commotion, but if it was too frequent, it could really annoy him to death. Even though it wasn't a big commotion, he could feel his heart being shaken to the point of being unwell at all times. Once he let it go, he naturally felt a lot better. It was just that during the time when Chu Yang was talking to the 5 elven gods, the jingling sounds had rung no less than hundreds of times. These hundreds of times meant that there were hundreds of the latest news coming from all over the world. Shuai Han had always been very surprised by this. How could this thing be carried around to receive news? Because he, the Demon Empress, and even the saint didn't have such a thing. The latest news. Mo Tianji read as he spoke. Unexpectedly, he himself couldn't help but chuckle first. The world is really in chaos. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "The first thing is that after the great emperor of the extreme heaven Wu Shang received the news we released, he immediately announced to the world that Chu Yang is the minister of the Jade Heavens, a position above the heavenly emperor. Anyone in the extreme heaven who disagrees will be killed without mercy." "This is a beautiful move, awesome." Shuai Han and the Demon Empress clapped and praised at the same time. As the spiritual pillar of the imperial court for a long time, the Saint Emperor had suddenly fallen. Then, there would definitely be turbulence in the imperial court. Many people who were used to heroes would find it hard to accept at the moment. And at this time, a new spiritual leader had to be pushed out immediately and cleanly to be the new spiritual pillar of the imperial court. And Chu Yang was the best candidate to replace the Saint Emperor now. Although Dong Wushang was used to being magnanimous, this move was exceptionally well done. It was very timely and could be said to be extremely beautiful. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly in his heart. When Shuai Han and Yao Xian said that it was beautiful, he knew what they were thinking. They would definitely think that Dong Wushang was far-sighted and prepared for a rainy day. But, with Mo Tianji's understanding of Dong Wushang, this guy definitely wouldn't think so far ahead. Most likely, this fellow was doing this purely to push his boss up to the top. As for the far-reaching impact and profound meaning, Dong Wushang probably didn't have any of that in his mind. Shuai Han and Yao Xian really praised the wrong person for praising Dong Wushang. Beautiful? The 5 elven gods only noticed the name, Qiong Shao ministered, and couldn't help but applaud and praise. "It is indeed beautiful. Her Majesty's name is also in it. It is indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect match." Mo Tianji, Shuai Han, and the others all looked at the 5 elven gods speechlessly. This Qiong Shao was not the same Qiong Shao. Although the names were exactly the same, the meaning was completely different. You elves really know how to flatter yourselves. But if they really wanted to interpret it this way, there was really no way. Actually, the real problem was, Dong Wushang was now in the extreme heavens. How would he know who Wu Qiong Shao was? Xiaodian Qiong coughed and said, "In fact, the name Minister Qiong Shao was given to Big Brother by the few of us at that time, because Big Brother used to be a minister in the lower 3 heavens. And his reputation as a minister shook the world." Cough, cough. At this point, he looked at Tai Butian a little awkwardly. Tai Butian smiled and said, "Yes, at that time, he was my minister." At the mention of, "he was my minister," Tai Butian's eyes lit up and a sense of happiness rose in her. Recalling the bits and pieces back then, Tai Butian suddenly felt that she had nothing more to ask for in this life. Back then, Chu Yang entered Iron Cloud alone with one sword and supported her side by side. Through all kinds of despair and dangers, they fought step by step. In the past, Butian Tai and Minister Chu were at the end of the road. They fought hard to rule over the world and rule over the world. Every time Tai Butian thought of this experience, she would feel that her happiness was already incomparable. Mo Qingwu, Zi Xieching and the others looked at Tai Butian with some envy, unconcealable envy. Because during that period of time, other than Wu Qianqian, the two of them couldn't compare at all. Mo Qingwu was a little better. She had at least interacted with Chu Yang before. Unfortunately, she was still a little girl at that time. She only acted cute and coquettish for a few days before returning for 3 days. As for big sister Z, it seemed that she only got to know a certain someone after a long time. That period of time belonged to Chu Yang and Tai Butian. At that time, everyone was still in their insignificant period. We once joked that if I became the heavenly emperor in the future, I would definitely respect the old minister. The joke that day was still vivid in my mind and still ringing in my ears. I didn't expect Dong Wushang to do it before everyone else. Xie Danqiong smiled and said, "The majesty of the heavens and the aura of Qiong Shao is Minister Qiong Shao." Chapter 26:47. GMO, Luo Ku-di, and Mo Tianji smiled at the same time. How could they forget the past when they were brothers? That was a little secret that all the brothers kept from their boss. It was also the only thing that they kept from their boss in their lives, a common little secret between the brothers. At that time, everyone rushed up to the heavenly imperial court and gathered at Mo Yun Sky and Xie Danqiong's place for the first time to deal with Yuan Tianji. Xie Danqiong's heavenly emperor position was already in its embryonic form. It was also that time that everyone really had ambition and confidence. They made such a promise to each other. If I become the heavenly emperor, you will be the minister. The heavenly imperial court will be the emperor. No one dares to disobey his orders. No one can compete with him in the firmament. The brothers are of one heart, and the world shares the same name. This was the promise of all the brothers. It was also the greatest respect and gratitude that they had for Chu Yang from the depths of their hearts. But now, Dong Wushang was the first to reveal it. Xie Danqiong snorted in his heart. I'll definitely settle the score with Dong Wushang when I see him. This guy actually didn't negotiate with me, and just arbitrarily took the lead. Is he deliberately making things difficult for me? Back then, I, Xie Danqiong, was the first to ascend to the heavenly emperor position. No, definitely not. I must settle the score. Mo Tianji was still full of joy and continued to announce the second piece of news. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang announced that he will attack the 10,000 saints' true spirits in the entire extreme heaven. In the territory of the extreme heaven, everyone must take the responsibility of destroying the 10,000 saints' true spirits. The original forces of the Holy Emperor Palace will all be destroyed. Not a single one will be spared. The extreme heaven will take the lead in resisting Sage Monarch Master Yun. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress will personally destroy the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace in the extreme heaven. The specific situation has not been reported yet, but there will be more detailed information soon. Mo Tianji said, however, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang said that anyone who comes with the heads of the Holy Emperor Palace's experts will be rewarded with an official position as long as their identity is verified. They will be given special honors. Oh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sucked in a breath again. Dong Wushang's move was really ruthless. The Holy Emperor Palace's elites were all wiped out. Right now, only a few halls still existed in the various realms. Although they were scattered all over the place, and there were many of them. However, there were almost no true peak experts left. Even if there were one or two of them, they would definitely not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. Furthermore, there was also a bounty for heads. To ordinary Tianke experts, they only needed to kill one person. Then, she would have a bright future. This would make most of the people in the extreme celestial empire go crazy. Dong Wushang's order was tantamount to completely wiping out the existence of Holy Emperor Palace in the Empyrean Terminus. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang exchanged a look. This final bounty order was definitely not something that a blockhead like Dong Wushang could come up with. If it wasn't Mo Lei-er's handiwork, then it must have been the handiwork of the military officials. Then it was the green sky heavens. The evil cloud great Emperor Ao Xian also announced that Chu Yang would be the minister of jade clouds. At the same time, they began to slaughter the 10,000 saints' true spirits, destroy all the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace, and hunt down the original members of the Holy Emperor Palace. Furthermore, he's offering a bounty for the head of a noble. This was the second piece of news. Ao Xianyun's side had also started to take action. This guy was even more ruthless. In order to wipe out Holy Emperor Palace, he might even offer a noble title. There was also the ink sky heavens. The Jasper Flower Great Emperor Xie Danxiang also announced the same news. Chu Yang will be the minister of jade clouds, and he will attack Master Yun in all aspects and wipe out Holy Emperor Palace's forces. There was also an order targeting the 10,000 saints' true spirit. It's also a bounty for heads. Now, the ink sky heavens is already in chaos. Everyone is fighting to be the first. However, once this information was out, everyone looked at the Jasper Flower Great Emperor Xie Danxiang, who was still here in astonishment. Could it be that Xie Danxiang got retribution for impersonating someone and was impersonated by someone else? Xie Danxiang didn't mind everyone's astonished gazes at all. Instead, he said rather complacently, "Naturally, someone will do these things. It should be my wife. It's very normal for her to issue orders in my name. It's good to have a good wife. This kind of thing is something that some bachelors can't even be envious of." Everyone laughed. Rue Batong rubbed his fists and his hatred skyrocketed. Among the brothers, it seemed that only Rue Batong didn't do anything. This provocation and hatred, it was very strong. "Just you wait," Rue Batong threatened fiercely. The Eastern Emperor Demon Empress and the 5 elven gods were indescribably shocked at this moment. They all realized one thing. Chu Yang's brothers who weren't here actually didn't value the position of Celestial Emperor that they had obtained through hard work. It wasn't just these few people. These people in front of them also had their own considerable forces, but when had they ever valued them? Since ancient times, whether it was the Celestial Palace or the human world's emperors, there was a saying that women can't interfere in politics. However, this Jasper Flower Great Emperor, as a Celestial Emperor, actually casually handed the Celestial Emperor's jade seal, which represented supreme power, to his wife to play with. Moreover, she could issue any orders in his place. This was simply an inconceivable thing. Then, the other little ones actually didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. Instead, they all had an expression as if it was a matter of course. They knew that this group of people were all the same. Even supreme power wasn't as important as brotherly love, husband and wife love. This was their heart, their persistence. Such persistence gave the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress a great shock. The two looked at each other and saw the envy and approval in each other's eyes. They were the ones who had the most flavor in their lives, and also the ones who had the most ambition. The big Western Sky sighed. Mo Tianji continued to read. Gu Duxing led the reassembled Heavenly Armament Pavilion's military forces and launched a new round of fierce fighting with Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor. Gu Duxing himself was admittedly invincible, but due to the great disparity in military strength between the two sides, the battle situation fell into a deadlock. However, after the news that Master Cloud was the master of myriad holy true spirits spread out, the army of the big Western Skies Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor's side collapsed in an extremely short time. The army was defeated like a landslide. Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor himself was disheartened. He sealed his sword and retired, announcing his withdrawal from the struggle for hegemony over the world. Everyone was shocked. But thinking about it, this was actually to be expected. The sage was myriad holy true devil, and also fully supported Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor. Now, Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang was like yellow mud that had fallen into his pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Apart from quietly withdrawing, there was no other way. If he still stubbornly resisted, he was afraid that he would attract the joint encirclement of the various great heavenly emperors, turning into scattered ashes. Extermination was right before his eyes. Crazed sword, Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang admitted defeat on the spot. He honored Gu Duxing as the solitary Heavenly Emperor and handed over all his authority. Then, he led a team of trusted experts and rushed to Purple Cloud Heavens to fight the Heavenly Demon, Sai, Shuelehan, and the Demon Empress side at the same time. The Big Western Skies Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang had never been considered outstanding among the Heavenly Emperors. Moreover, he had a reckless personality and was easily impulsive. He had always been neutral in establishing his faction, but this time, he had been firmly conned by the sage. Now that things had come to this, he naturally didn't have any face to occupy the position of Heavenly Emperor. But, for Wu Yequang to be able to make this kind of choice at the last moment, he can still be considered a man. Everyone sighed silently. Mo Tianji smiled coldly. He was conned so miserably by the sage. Even if he went to fight the Heavenly Demon, others may not really believe him. Moreover, this is the only way he can barely express his true intentions. This has nothing to do with whether he is a man or not. Perhaps he really is a hot-blooded man, but right now, no one will pay attention to this. Everyone thought about it and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Just as Mo Tianji said, Wu Yequang's current position was really awkward to the extreme. No matter what he did, suspicion hung on his buttocks. The sage's conning directly made this generation's Heavenly Emperor, aside from the Purple Cloud Heavens battlefield, have no place to stay. The solitary Heavenly Emperor Gu Duxing, after the war ended, immediately released the news. He honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud. The entire Big Western Sky, encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirit. Encircle and annihilate the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace. At the same time, several Heavenly Emperors issued orders at the same time. The whole world is preparing for war. All armies are to assemble and train. All departments are to be fully prepared. At any time, the army is to head north and exterminate the Heavenly Demon. This is the Demon Slaughtering Order. When Mo Tianji read this, everyone's blood was already boiling. It was hard to restrain themselves. The Demon Slaughtering Order had finally blossomed in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Exterminating the Heavenly Demon, that was the common wish of many generations in the Heavenly Imperial Court. How many people had been looking forward to this day for many years? The hot blood in their hearts had never been extinguished. Now, finally, had it finally reached the present stage? However, after Mo Tianji received another piece of new information, he seemed to be somewhat hesitant. He wanted to say something but stopped. What else is there? Is it bad news? The Demon Empress asked. The sage had suffered a great defeat this time. Naturally, he would not make a move to counterattack. He had always operated in the Heavenly Imperial Court for more than 1,000,000 years. The forces under his command were certainly not few. Making a counterattack at the first opportunity was also reasonable. Cough cough. I really don't know if this is good news or bad news, ha ha ha. Mo Tianji coughed twice. He smiled bitterly and continued to read. The Demon Emperor's Sky Demon Imperial Palace officially announced that they honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud. Furthermore, the entire Demon Emperor's heaven will encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirit and annihilate the remnants of the Saint Emperor's palace. The Demon Empress was stunned for a moment. Then, she came to a realization and said angrily, "This little bastard. He honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud, but where did he put his mother? I haven't even returned, and he's already planning to usurp the throne and change the dynasty? What the hell is he doing?" Everyone tried hard to hold back their laughter. They coughed repeatedly. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. They all thought that it was no wonder Mo Tianji's behavior was so melodramatic. They didn't know how to explain this news. It was hard to say. Why did Yao Ningning join in the fun? They were just waiting for the Demon Empress to return. It would only take a moment. This guy couldn't even wait for this moment and joined in the fun. Chapter 2649. Shuelehan said with a smile, "That's not a problem. On the contrary, I think this is a good decision. Anyway, Your position will be given to him sooner or later. Since he has made such a decision, other than taking into account his brotherhood, it also means that he is willing to shoulder this burden. You should really feel happy about it. This is really not something to be embarrassed about. Not only your demon emperor heaven, but even my Eastern Royal Heaven will also announce that we will honor Chu Yang as the Minister of Fine Clouds. We will also begin to annihilate the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace and the 10,000 Saints' Holy Spirits. Anyway, I just don't feel good. When I go back this time, I'll beat that little bastard until he cries for his parents. The Demon Empress said hatefully. Shuelehan laughed out loud. Then, he sighed emotionally. Looking at Chu Yang and the rest, he sighed. Originally, he thought that if Chu Yang and the rest could catch up to him in 10,000 years, it would already be very good and commendable. As for catching up to him in a few thousand years or a few hundred years, although that was an extravagant hope, it was not absolutely impossible. But now, not 10,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, but a few years. Shuelehan suddenly felt that he was really a little old. The new generation surpasses the old. Shuelehan sighed and looked at the Demon Empress. The Demon Empress said angrily, "Why are you looking at me? Are you mocking me for being old?" Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned red. Shuelehan was obviously sighing and self-deprecating. There was also the meaning of, "I'm about to be replaced and want to live in seclusion." As for looking at her, it was probably because he wanted her and him to, humph. The Demon Empress snorted with a red face. She turned her head away. Eh? Mo Tianji exclaimed in surprise. During this period, Mo Tianji had been receiving information. A large amount of information came in one after another. Now that he suddenly spoke and his tone was full of questions, everyone couldn't help but be curious. What happened? Hurry up and tell us. Don't beat around the bush. Everyone asked. Cloudmaster's son, Yuntian, was ambushed near the extreme heaven together with a group of guards. They died at the same time. The attacker was the son of the heavenly emperor of the green cloud heaven, Stranger. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. This news was extremely unexpected. Chu Yang recalled the time when he had just arrived in the Eastern Royal Heavens. This was the first time he saw Yuntian, and he was in high spirits. He could not help but sigh. That he was definitely a talent. But before he could do anything, he was killed just like that. Shuelehan's expression was exceptionally complicated. Since this Yuntian was able to survive until now, he was most likely Shuexian's son. In other words, he was his nephew. He died just like that? He sighed softly. For a moment, he didn't know what he was feeling. The everlasting celestial emperor of the grand overarching heaven, Ziwuji, has issued an order to hunt down the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace and kill the myriad Holy True Spirit. This order of his was unanimously criticized by many heavenly emperors. Mo Tianji seemed to have received the latest news. Reading it, he could not help but laugh. What? Blame? Why? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, it's really an accusation. Mo Tianji said. Mo Yuntian. The big western sky, extreme heaven, clear firmament heaven, and demon emperor heaven jointly questioned the everlasting celestial emperor. Why didn't you honor Chu Yang as the jade firmament throne? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed out loud. This kind of accusation was really rude and unreasonable to the extreme. Chu Yang was your boss, not someone else's boss. Why did you honor him as the jade firmament throne, and why should others honor him as the jade firmament throne? There was probably no one who could be more unreasonable than him. Cough cough. Mo Tianji seemed to be a little embarrassed by his brother's rudeness. He said, the heavenly emperors made a statement. If there is a day when you don't honor Chu Yang as the jade firmament throne, there will be so and so. Currently, the Daluo heaven is holding an emergency meeting, discussing something, cough cough cough. Holding an emergency meeting, it could be seen how far they had forced the other party. The Eastern Royal Sky released the news to hunt down the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace and the 10,000 Saints' True Spirit. However, they did not announce the news of the Jade Firmament Throne. Thus, they were similarly criticized, questioned. Mo Tianji looked at Shuelehan from the corner of his eyes. Shuelehan, who was laughing out loud and gloating over the everlasting celestial emperor's misfortune, was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. I say, isn't this too unreasonable? Don't you have any sense of justice? He was still gloating just now, and in the blink of an eye, it was his turn. Mo Tianji and Xie Danqiong smiled calmly. Your Majesty, we just feel that it's best to unify the steps for this kind of thing. Didn't you also praise this matter just now? Why are you saying this now? Shuelehan was speechless. He roared, justice is in the hearts of the people. You are threatening, coercing, oppressing. This is simply unreasonable. Unreasonable to the extreme. Xie Danqiong laughed and said, is utility really in the hearts of the people? I think it's more about power. Actually, isn't all of this created by you? You already have such great achievements. Why are you still angry? Isn't this too fake? Look at your mouth. It's all the way to the back of your ears, and you're still pretending to object. Shuelehan was stunned. He almost turned his anger into laughter. He coughed forcefully and held it in. Just as Xie Danqiong said, Donghuang Shuelehan was the real instigator of everything that happened today. Shuelehan coughed a few times before he put on an unwilling expression and said, I'm not angry. I also feel that it's best to unify the steps. But before I go back, you guys have already started to bully people. Especially you, Xie Danqiong. You're the most unscrupulous. I was wrong about you. Pretty boy, you really don't have good intentions. Otherwise, they would all call you Xie Rabbit. I was still wondering why it was such a name. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Xie Danqiong was innocently implicated. His face was full of black lines. What does this have to do with my nickname? That's too unreasonable, isn't it? The situation had already developed to the current stage. Everyone on this side also started to take action on this side. They didn't need to discuss anything at all. They immediately went their separate ways. The Demon Empress had to return to the Demon Palace immediately to preside over the situation and stabilize the hearts of the demons. With Yao Ningning's current aura, she might not be able to control the situation. Therefore, the Demon Empress still needed to appear personally. Donghuang also had to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens immediately to make arrangements. Most importantly, he also had to officially release a supplementary statement of honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds to set an example for the others after D. And the reason had to be sufficient, reasonable, and not appear to be forced. Otherwise, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion would have the final say in the imperial court. Shuelehan himself was rather dissatisfied with this arrangement. The first reason was that he was actually used by himself. Although he was willing, he still felt a little uncomfortable. His feelings were really complicated. The second reason was also very intolerable. He had just established a relationship with Xia, and was looking forward to a deeper level of communication. Moreover, the chances were very high. But, at such a good time, you want me to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens and separate us lovers. Don't you have any sense of justice? This was really intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt couldn't. No, the uncle couldn't tolerate it. His Majesty Donghuang let out a long sigh. He felt that the separation of life was impermanent and unpredictable. He was filled with the sorrow of separation. The most difficult thing in the world is lovesickness. Separation makes lovesickness worse. Lovesickness is the bitterness of lovesickness. His Majesty Donghuang wanted to write a poem, but after racking his brains, he could only recite a few sentences. Because his buttocks had already been ruthlessly kicked by the blushing Demon Empress. Then, the Demon Empress also swayed away, leaving behind a vicious sentence. Disrespectful. I made you lovesickness. Everyone looked at His Majesty Donghuang, who was kicked flat on the ground. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Yes, you made me lovesickness. Donghuang patted his buttocks and sat up. He didn't seem to mind at all, and looked thoughtful. Pfft. Everyone finally burst out laughing. However, Donghuang Heaven still had to return to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Now, the matter of honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds was very important. Those intimate moments in front of flowers and under the moonlight could wait until they had the time. Besides the Demon Empress Donghuang, who rushed back to her own heaven and earth, Xia Danqiong also rushed back to Cloud Heaven. GMO, Luokadi, and Rue Budhong also set off at the same time to return to their own heaven and earth. They couldn't let Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others enjoy the limelight. How could they miss out on such a good thing like honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds? They only gathered for a short period of time before everyone scattered and went their separate ways. The whole world, including Qi Bei Heaven, the South Pole Heaven, and the Buddha Heaven, started to make similar announcements. Hunt down Master Yun, destroy the forces of the Saint Emperor Palace, encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirits. At this point, the entire Heaven Imperial Court no longer had a place for the Saint Emperor Master Yun, and all of this completely erupted in an instant after the Great Battle. The power of the Tianji Intelligence Department, established by Mo Tianji, was uniform and terrifying. When Mo Tianji and Chu Le's other two lovers left together, Mo Tianji said, "This time, everyone is basically fighting for themselves, and everyone can't take care of each other. So, I've already spread the news." Chu Yang asked, "What news?" "The news is, everyone has to occupy a heaven and earth. If they succeed, it'll be considered a success and they'll have the basic foundation. And in the future battle of the Purple Cloud Heaven, it'll depend on whose contribution is greater." Mo Tianji smiled mysteriously. "This contribution isn't just for show. There are other rewards and punishments. But, big brother, you and I can be an exception. We won't participate in this competition." Chu Yang said in surprise, "Why can you be an exception?" Chapter 2650. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. He was pushed to the throne by his brothers. Of course, he could be excluded. But why was Mo Tianji excluded? Wasn't he afraid of being attacked by everyone? Ha ha ha. Because I already have my own special force. It's the kind that will never weaken. Mo Tianji smiled faintly and was full of confidence. Intelligence Kingdom. In this realm, I will be invincible and unrivaled. So, I won't fight with everyone for that. Heavenly Emperor Tianji is already worthy of his name. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Don't you think so, big brother?" Chu Yang heard this and laughed. His surprise disappeared. That was true. Mo Tianji's intelligence kingdom was already fully formed. He only needed a command to make the entire Heaven Imperial Court tremble. Indeed, he didn't need to occupy any specific territory. In addition, Mo Tianji's words also faintly revealed the direction that Chu Yang and the others had been working towards. We will never stop at the Heaven Imperial Court. In the past, it was the Heaven Imperial Court. In the future, it will be a wider and more limitless realm. We will definitely go to a wider space in the future. If we have a world, we will naturally have our own responsibilities and restraints. The others could leave at any time. Only Mo Tianji couldn't. Mo Tianji was the kind of person who would do his best when he did something. This was actually a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In order to prevent his obsessive-compulsive disorder from acting up, Mo Tianji simply withdrew from this competition. It also prevented him from being unwilling to leave in the future. That awkward ending. The Tianji Intelligence Department that Mo Tianji had set up was actually an unusually large organization. In terms of influence, it was above any other force in Heaven Imperial Court. But this intelligence department had one advantage. That was, it could still operate without Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji was admittedly more efficient, but it wouldn't completely collapse without him. And Mo Tianji might have deliberately created such a situation. Because Mo Tianji had absolute confidence in himself, Chu Yang, and the brothers. His future and the brothers' future wouldn't stop at the Heaven Imperial Court. The next time we meet again, I'll tell you. It should be in Purple Cloud Heavens, in front of the Heavenly Demon Array. Mo Tianji smiled and said. Chu Yang pondered and said, "Perhaps we can meet again for the final battle with Saint Monarch." Mo Tianji shook his head. That's unlikely. Even if it was a reunion, they wouldn't have gathered so many people either. The current sage no longer has that kind of weight. It's not worth it for all of us to gather. This sentence was really arrogant to the extreme. The only Saint Monarch of his generation had actually lost the qualifications to be besieged by Emotianji. However, none of the people who heard it objected, because that was the truth. Everyone was already at the peak of the world. Emotianji smiled and looked at Emo Chingwu. Little sister, big brother won't be by your side to take care of you. You must take care of yourself. Emo Chingwu nodded obediently. Chu Yang said impatiently, what are you talking about? I can take care of my own wife. You don't need to worry about her. Hurry up and get lost. What's the point of talking about all this nonsense? Hey, don't forget to take good care of my sister. If my sister suffers any grievances, I'll skin you alive. Emo Tianji laughed and held Chu Lu-er's hand. Then he left. Chu Lu-er's happy and satisfied voice could be heard from afar. Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. Take care of yourself. Chu Lu-er was extremely happy to be cared for by her big brother. Before she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought to himself, sister, I'll definitely be worried about you. However, I'm really not worried about you. Not only do you have someone like Emo Tianji to take care of you, I also have the cultivation of a peak saint and unparalleled poison skills. If I continue to worry about you, I'll be too free. Instead of worrying about you, I'd rather worry about those pitiful people who are attracted by your beautiful face and want to kiss you. In the blink of an eye, all the brothers had left without a trace. Only Chu Yang, Zi Xiecheng, Emo Chingwu, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian and their family of 5 were left. Yes, and the 5 elven gods. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the 5 elven gods, Chu Yang sighed and said, let's go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion first and arrange things there. Then, we'll go to the Elven Forest immediately to solve the problem of the Spring of Life. Hearing this, the Arrow God and the others were all excited. They were excited from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, they relented. The elven race was saved. At this moment, the Arrow God was extremely glad. The heavens were still looking out for the elven race. Luckily, back then, the saint tried his best to instigate him to go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to assassinate Zi Xiecheng. Luckily, he didn't have the heart to do it at the last moment. Otherwise, if his hand had trembled and that arrow had been shot. Thinking of this, the Arrow God broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, how could they still talk about the Elven Royal Seal and the Spring of Life? The entire elven race would probably have ceased to exist by now. That would be a joke to the point of being unbelievable. That arrow hadn't been shot was not only because the heavens were looking out for it, but also because the ancestors of the elven race were looking out for it. The group returned to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang immediately started to assign tasks. Now, the most important thing was to train the soldiers. All the training matters were handed over to Meng Wuya and Li Guanyu. As for the training of the assassins, it was completely handed over to Wang Dao and the others. Chu Yang's requirements were a proper army, a dignified army, with a minimum of 5 million soldiers. No mediocre people were allowed to appear among them, and even more so, no incompetent people were allowed to make up the numbers. Any one of them had to be able to defeat an earth demon alone. As for the assassins, the number of assassins couldn't be less than 10,000. This number was Chu Yang's minimum requirement. Moreover, one point was repeatedly emphasized. No matter what level the experts were at, they had to obey orders as their first priority. Anyone who disobeyed orders and acted in their own way was not wanted, even if they were top experts at the peak of the saint stage. A rat's droppings could spoil a whole pot of porridge. An expert who disobeyed orders might become an unstable factor in the war. Meng Wuya strictly followed Chu Yang's instructions and firmly remembered them. He guaranteed that there wouldn't be any mistakes. In addition, Meng Wuya specially asked about the related forces of the Holy Emperor Palace. What should we do about the current Saint Monarch, the forces under the Holy Emperor Palace, and the related forces? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, there's a great chance that the Saint Monarch has escaped from the Demon Emperor Heaven and gone to the place where his other doppelganger is. His body and soul have combined to recover his injuries and strength. All the departments of the Holy Emperor Palace that existed in the Demon Emperor Heaven have been uprooted by the people of the Demon Emperor Heaven. Besides, The bases over there have been destroyed. I believe that the remaining forces of the Holy Emperor Palace in the Demon Emperor Heaven are no longer a problem. You only need to strengthen your vigilance and train as usual. Don't deliberately do anything. Understood? Meng Wuya nodded. Chu Yang's arrangement could be said to be the most appropriate method. This was the Demon Emperor's heaven, not the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. After all, it was still the Demon Empress territory. Yao Ningning and the Demon Empress might not care about what the Heavenly Armament Pavilion did, and even strongly supported it. However, the majority of the demons in the Demon Emperor Heaven couldn't tolerate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion overpowering them. Make use of all the time and actively train the soldiers. Perhaps one day in the future, I won't return here to take charge. I'll directly use the Tianji Intelligence Department to issue an order. When that time comes, the army will immediately head north and charge towards the purple cloud heavens to reclaim our homeland and slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang said.
Yes.
Meng Wuya bowed and accepted the order. Also, help me pass on a message to the Tang clan's third young master. Ask him to prepare all the provisions needed for this war. Whether it's food, drinks, clothes, weapons, herbs, etc., they must be fully prepared. There must be no mistakes. Chu Yang repeatedly instructed. Also, other than ensuring that every soldier participating in the war has a storage space ring, the camp must also have a certain amount of reserves in case of emergency. This has been in preparation for a long time. There will definitely be no problem. Zi Xieching interrupted. That's good, Chu Yang said. Other than that, we still have to do our best to publicize and incite. Now, it was almost time for the bloody battle to begin. Even if they had to resort to underhanded means, they would have to use them. Everything was for the long-term peace and stability of the Heaven Imperial Court. At this time, there's no need to worry about anything. Chu Yang's words were very vague, but Meng Wuya and the rest all understood. Those who achieved great things did not bother about trifles. In the face of righteousness, even if they had to use some unpresentable methods, they had no choice but to use them. Everything had to be done with the priority of restoring the purple cloud heavens and destroying the extraterrestrial demons. Your Majesty, the archer god said, do we need to coordinate the combat power of the elf race with that of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? For example, add a few more archers and some assassins of the night to coordinate with each troop? Even the eyes of Meng Wuya and the rest lit up when they heard this. The archer god's suggestion was not only feasible, it was simply too feasible. If they could increase their combat power out of thin air, it would be a great thing for everyone. The archery skills of the elf race had always been the best in the Heaven Imperial Court. The assassins of the night were also incomparable to ordinary assassins. If they could have such combat power to join them, the strength of their troop would definitely increase by several folds. However, after pondering for a long time, Chu Yang finally rejected it. There's no need. The elf race will follow the organization of the elf race and form their own army. As long as they are well prepared for battle, they can go to the battlefield at a single command. Everything else is not a big problem. Chapter 26:51. Zi Xieching was puzzled. She asked, why can't the two armies merge? If we work together, both sides will benefit. If we work together and complement each other's weaknesses, the strength of the battle team will definitely be boosted. Everyone has their own way of doing things, so there will be gaps. Take the elves as an example. Although every elf has considerable strength and is a natural archer, they are not good at close combat and group battles. Once they engage in close combat, the losses will definitely be great. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. How could I not know the principle of mutual benefits and complementing each other's shortcomings? But the elves are proud, conceited, clean, and competitive. These are naturally their strengths. But on the battlefield, these have become their weaknesses. At least, it's very difficult for the elves to follow orders and prohibitions and enforce the law with their words. They have never worked together before. If they rashly merge the two armies, there will definitely be friction. The merging of millions of troops will take at least half a year. Furthermore, we can't do anything in this half a year. We can't even guarantee that we won't be at loggerheads after half a year. If there's enough time, I'll naturally try to break in and increase the strength of the battle team. However, a battle team that has not worked together will instead be a loss in terms of battle power. Chu Yang said solemnly, the pride of the elves makes them even. An ordinary elf looks down on the peak experts of the human race, let alone the experts of the elves. No matter whether it is our human or elven warriors, they are all prepared to sacrifice their lives for the future of Tian Quebec. But when the two come together, one side will definitely have to sacrifice themselves. Why should we let our soldiers suppress themselves before they get into a bloody battle? Sacrifice themselves? Let's just let everyone win on the battlefield based on the number of enemies they kill. Let's not do this kind of unnecessary work together. Chu Yang said solemnly, we really don't have much time left. If the soldiers survive, let them live with infinite glory. If any of them are unlucky, let them live with honor. If they die on the battlefield in the end, let them die with pride. Don't let them be suppressed again before they die. What you consider is battle power, but what I consider is the hearts of the people. Chu Yang said, ultimately, what determines battle power is still the hearts of the people. Chu Yang's words. Meng Wuya, Li Guanyu, and the rest were completely silent. Even the 5 elven gods fell silent after hearing this. Chu Yang's misgivings definitely existed, and no one could erase them. The 5 elven gods were all old people who had lived for a long time. So, how could they not understand this principle? If they were to pat their chests and guarantee that the elves would be able to do so, not to mention Chu Yang and the others, even they themselves wouldn't believe it. In fact, it wasn't just the 5 elven gods. They had to admit that. No one had expected it. What they had expected was only the powerful combat strength after the combination. They had not expected the situation at all. It was simply an illusion, unforgettable but unattainable. However, Chu Yang had already completely figured out the thoughts of these two people. Chu Yang's concerns. That was what was truly reasonable, far-sighted, and far-sighted. After making sure that there were no oversights, Chu Yang made a special trip to the mountains near Luohua City and scattered the mist from the Spring of Life, to make up for Zi Xieching's fire that sealed the mountains for 3,000 miles. They watched as Chu Yang waved his hand and sprinkled the water mist that was full of life energy. The barren mountains instantly regained their vitality and became lush and green. The eyes of the god of archery and the others almost popped out. They knew that Chu Yang had the Spring of Life, but they didn't expect him to have so much. And it was indeed the purest, and it vaguely surpassed. The god of archery couldn't wait and urged him, almost in tears. Chu Yang finally relented, together with Zi Xieching and the rest. With Zi Xieching and the others, they left the Demon Emperor's Heaven Weapon Pavilion and went to the Elven Camp. When they arrived at the Elven Camp, the 5 elven gods asked Chu Yang to show them the Elven Emperor's seal. Chu Yang was not stingy and showed them the Elven Emperor's seal. The moment the Elven Emperor's seal appeared, millions of elves knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the Elven Emperor, Lord Chu Yang. After that, the Elven army immediately set off and returned to the Elven forest. It was better to go back and settle the matter of the Spring of Life as soon as possible so that the elves could participate in the battle without any worries and prepare for the final battle. It was just that on the way, the Elven army's slogans made Chu Yang feel a little awkward. Because those slogans were too awkward. Guard the heavenly imperial court and kill the extraterrestrial demons. This is the sacred and inviolable responsibility and obligation of the Elven race. How could Chu Yang not feel ashamed when he heard such slogans? And guard the entire human race. It is the glory of the Elven race. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. The god of archery also felt a little awkward about this. The elves had always considered themselves as the protectors of the human race and the saviors of the world. But now, the new Elven Emperor seemed to be very unhappy about this. It was no wonder. The Elven Emperor was a pure human being. It would be strange if he liked the elves' slogans that made them feel good about themselves. But Chu Yang wouldn't say anything. Before the great battle, this kind of feeling of self-esteem was better. The higher their combat power would be. Fortunately, Chu Yang didn't say anything. The 5 elven gods secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Let me ask, how many elves, With the combat power of heaven grade and above, can the elven race send? Chu Yang asked. Probably. No less than 8 million. The god of archery made a rough estimate and replied. The entire elven race only had 1 or 200 million people, but there were no less than 8 million people with the combat power of heaven grade and above. This ratio was quite shocking. The elven race's combat power is indeed worthy of its reputation. With the help of the elves, our chances of winning this battle have increased a lot. Chu Yang thought for a while and asked, Are there specialized commanders? Yes. The god of archery said, Our commanders may not necessarily have profound martial arts, but everyone is an expert in battle formations. We have a complete battle formation. You can rest assured about this. Once the battle starts, you will naturally see the unparalleled glory of the elven battle formation. Good. Then we'll see the elven battle formation show its skills. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the elven army that was meandering for thousands of miles, the god of archery sighed. This time, we've returned to the elven forest for a short rest. It's also a good chance for the elves to witness the continuation of the spring of life and let them feel assured. We'll let them know that the elven race still has a future and that the heavens won't destroy the elven race. When we come out of the elven forest again, it'll be the time for the final battle against the extraterrestrial demons. As long as the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed, even if we're all wiped out, not a single elf will retreat. Chu Yang's heart was a little heavy. He said, This battle may be exceptionally tragic and accompanied by many sacrifices. You must be mentally prepared. Your Majesty is benevolent. We've already prepared for the worst. The only thing that worries us is the future of the elven race. The god of archery answered seriously. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Along the way, Chu Yang could feel that his cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds in a way that seemed to have no limits. An unprecedented and indescribable power came from all directions in the world. It was like 100 rivers converging into the sea, and it entered his body and then spread to his divine sense. There was also some extremely pure green energy that contained an unusually dense aura of life. It tempered his body bit by bit. This green energy should be the power of the elven race's support and the elven energy that the elven emperor's seal has attracted. Chu Yang was secretly distinguishing and calculating in his heart. And this power coming from all directions should be the power of destiny of the newly ascended imperial throne Xiong Shao. No wonder the Saint Monarch is immortal and indestructible. It turns out that he has such a powerful power of destiny to support him. Compared to the power of destiny of the other heavenly emperors, it's much more powerful. Under the support of such power, how can there be any accidents? But then, he was puzzled again. But there seems to be something that doesn't make sense. Since I can feel it so clearly, and the saint has been on the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, his cultivation shouldn't be at this level, right? It should be higher. This is something that I can't understand. He discussed this problem with Emo Qingwu, Zi Sheqing, and the others when he was free during the march. However, they snorted at him. Are you stupid? Zi Sheqing's words were the most impolite. This power of fate that comes from the heavens and earth is the most majestic and bright. Any evil person would avoid it like the plague. Only those who are righteous and hardworking can be compatible with it. Who are you? You're always thinking about exterminating the extraterrestrial demons and protecting heaven. When have you ever had any selfish desires? How can you not feel it? But what about the saint? He looked like a righteous monarch, but what was he like deep down in his bones? When did he really think about the people of the world? For his own selfish desires, he even killed his own father. How can he be recognized by the purest power of the world? His own cultivation and body are completely contrary to the essence of this power of destiny. It's already lucky that he didn't suffer a backlash. He still wants to be supported by this power. The god of archery also explained with a smile. So, as long as the saint doesn't give up on his despicable thoughts, he will never be able to enjoy such power. As for why the Eastern Sovereign became the #1 person after DE, it was also because of this point. Also, the Saint Lord's strength was not weak and was more than a level stronger than the Demon Empress. However, Although the demon empress was at a disadvantage when fighting with him, she was still able to hold him back. It might be because of the blessing from the demon emperor heaven that she was able to contend with the saint lord who was going all out. I see. Chu Yang was enlightened. Chapter 26:52. Chu Yang had always been puzzled. His strength was clearly not inferior to Dongwang's, and he felt that he was already above the demon empress. However, the demon empress could entangle the saint for quite some time, but when it was his turn, if it wasn't for the heaven-layered divine technique, his dantian, and the calamity sword, he wouldn't be the saint's opponent at all. These were probably the magical effects of his luck. Imo Qingwu blinked and asked, in that case, the saint only needs to turn over a new leaf, and he will really be invincible in the world? This sentence made everyone laugh. A leopard cannot change its spots. Chu Yang smiled. If he wants to obtain this power, the first step is to destroy all his 10,000 saints' true spirits. Do you think he can bear to do that? Everyone burst into laughter. But thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Since the sage had already reached this step, even if he knew that turning back would save him, it was impossible for him to turn back. This was because his first step had already been wrong. Starting over from the beginning wasn't something that a person like him could do. With an extremely evil mentality, he would not feel that it was a sin to do those things. But once he came to his senses, just the condemnation of his conscience would be enough to drive him to his death. So, he can only be evil to the end, because his wickedness has already reached the point of no return. Chu Yang sighed. He remembered that there was a sentence in the book that he got from that strange palace: lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. This sentence probably meant that no matter how cruel an evil person was, as long as he laid down the butcher's knife, he could become a Buddha, a transcendent existence. But after that sentence, there was another sentence written by that mysterious person. That sentence was, a butcher's knife that could be laid down was definitely not a real butcher's knife. A real butcher's knife could not be laid down. To this sentence, Chu Yang deeply agreed. An evil person was an evil person. There was no such thing as no longer killing, no longer being an evil person. This march was unusually peaceful and stable. Along the way, they could occasionally see the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven hunting down the remnants of Saint Emperor Palace. One small battle after another. Every time Chu Yang encountered one, he would order the army to stop and observe for a moment. Then, when he returned, he would always sigh. The archer god and the others also sighed. There are quite a few myriad holiness true spirits among these people. The god of archery heaved a long sigh. Along the way, we have seen quite a lot of people without true spirits after death. Not to mention the fact that the massacre this time covers all 10 heavens and earth in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Just how many will there be? Yes, if we calculate according to the current ratio, the faster the Heaven Imperial Court slaughtered the Saint Emperor Palace, the faster the Saint Emperor would recover from his injuries. Because all the forces in the Heaven Imperial Court are killing the 10,000 saints' true spirit, which is also equivalent to all the forces in the Heaven Imperial Court channeling energy for the Saint Monarch to recover from his injuries. This skill is so evil that it makes one's hair stand on end, Zi Sheqing said with hatred. So this time, Holy Emperor Palace didn't organize a decent counterattack at all. In fact, Holy Emperor Palace didn't organize any large-scale counterattack at all. This is also the sage's deliberate indulgence. Chu Yang said, the mentality of this kind of person is that he absolutely cannot suffer losses. I would rather destroy the world, but I still want revenge, harming the world to benefit myself, as long as it is beneficial to me. So what if the world is destroyed? On the contrary, if I don't exist, even if the world is peaceful for a long time, it is still beneficial to me. The god of archery and the others smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, Cloud Venerable Master was such a person. He was a selfish person from head to toe. Anyway, now, the existence of the experts in the Saint Emperor Palace was insignificant to the Cloud Master. If you want to kill them, then kill them. It's even better if you kill them all. I just happen to need this energy to heal my injuries now. Once the Cloud Master recovers, he will definitely bring about another bloodbath. Chu Yang sighed. Chu Yang only sighed, but he wasn't too worried about it. During this period of time, the strength of his brothers had also improved by leaps and bounds. Especially after they each found their own great Tao, their improvement was even more obvious. Even the weakest among them could escape from the Saint Emperor even if they could not defeat him. It was not a problem for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, the Saint Emperor now no longer had the Mountain River Sword, which was a great killing weapon, in his hands. The fairy forest was just ahead. At this moment, Chu Yang unexpectedly received news from the Tianji Intelligence Department. Donghuang Shuelei Han set up a trap on the way back to the Eastern Royal Heavens to lure the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace to seek revenge. As expected, when they were about to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens, they were ambushed by the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace. Those who participated in the battle included the Prime Minister of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Xue Qi, Donghuang himself, and many elites of the Eastern Royal Heavens. On the side of the Saint Emperor Palace, the Saint Empress personally led more than 300 experts. Both sides fought a great battle, and in the end, both sides suffered great losses. Other than the Saint Empress who escaped with injuries, the other experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who participated in the battle were all killed. On the side of the Eastern Royal Heavens, the Prime Minister was severely injured, Xue Qi was severely injured, and Donghuang was lightly injured. Donghuang has safely returned to the Eastern Royal Heavens, and he announced that Chu Yang will be the Jade Sky Imperial Throne. This news caused everyone's spirits to tremble. However, Chu Yang and the others who knew the inside story felt their chests tighten, and a strong sense of sorrow rose in their hearts. This sorrow wasn't for themselves, but for Donghuang and Xue Qi. This battle, Chu Yang sighed. I really don't know how Donghuang and Xue Qi feel. With the strength of the Eastern Royal Heavens and the cultivation of Donghuang and Xue Qi, if they fought with all their strength, I believe that even Saint Empress Xue Xian wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, in the end, Xue Qi was severely injured, Donghuang was lightly injured, and Xue Xian was the only survivor and luckily escaped. If nothing strange happened, no one would believe it. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Strange things? Your Majesty, are you saying that there's something strange about this battle? The 5 fairy gods were puzzled by Chu Yang's words. It was obviously a complete victory, so what was wrong? There's nothing strange about it. I'm just certain that the Saint Empress was able to escape in the end because Donghuang intentionally let her escape. Chu Yang sighed. That's right. With Shuelei Han's scheming and deep foresight, as well as his understanding of them, since they had already set up a trap and waited for the enemy's arrival, and with the help of a super expert like Xue Qi, who had already reached the level of Martial Emperor, it meant that they had complete confidence. How could they let Xue Xian escape? He even caused Xue Qi to be severely injured. What are you talking about? The god of archery was puzzled. Why can't I understand a single word? Chu Yang's expression was a little desolate. He said, Of course you don't understand. Even Saint Empress Xue Xian who escaped by a fluke, probably doesn't understand why Shuelei Han, who had the complete upper hand, would make such a stupid move. Or maybe he's rejoicing over his luck. He sighed deeply. Because Saint Empress Xue Xian besides being the most beautiful woman in the world, is also Donghuang's younger sister. This news was really shocking. Even with the god of archery's cultivation and millions of years of cultivation, he couldn't help but be shocked and dumbfounded when he heard this news. This matter, or rather Donghuang's true identity, Xue Xian herself doesn't know. Saint Venerable Master Yun also doesn't know. Otherwise, in these millions of years, just because of this relationship, Shuelei Han would have died countless times. Chu Yang said lightly. This sentence was really not wrong at all. No matter what Shuelei Han was thinking, he didn't acknowledge his identity and didn't reveal it. But there must be one reason. Once this identity was exposed, the relationship between them would be clear. Then, Saint Venerable would have countless more chances to kill Shuelei Han out of thin air. As for Xue Xian a woman who didn't even care about her own father, Why would she care about the life and death of her own brother? The trap and ambush this time must have caused Dong Huang to break off from his heart. In fact, this battle was just as Chu Yang had guessed. The decisive battle this time had really hurt Dong Huang, especially his heart. Dong Huang was silent now. His silence came from two sentences. They came from two different people, each with a sentence. The Prime Minister was seriously injured. After returning to the Eastern Royal Heavens, he once asked Chu Yang anxiously, "Your Majesty, this time, I really don't understand. Your Majesty deliberately showed mercy to the Divine Empress and even let her go. Is it to set a long line to catch a big fish?" This was the Prime Minister's probing question. Shui Leihan's face darkened, and he didn't give an answer. Looking at this good brother, good subordinate, and good minister who had been loyal to him for a lifetime, he was actually speechless for a moment. Actually, there was no need for an answer, because even the Prime Minister, who asked this question, knew that his guess was absolutely unreliable. Now, in the Saint Emperor Palace, all the subordinate forces of Saint Venerable Master had completely collapsed. How could there be any big fish to catch? Then, what was the reason for Dong Huang to show mercy to Shui Xian'er? There was another sentence from Shui Xian'er, Shui Leihan, "I won't be grateful to you if you let me go today. You destroyed my and my husband's life's work. This hatred is irreconcilable. One day, I want you to die in my hands. Your soul will be destroyed, and you will never be reincarnated." Shui Leihan walked to the window and sighed deeply. "You're just too soft-hearted." At the side, Shui Qi, who was covered in wounds, complained fiercely, "The so-called Dong Huang is actually such an indecisive person. I've really misjudged you." Chapter 26:53. Now, there were only the two of them in the main hall. So Shui Qi didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Shui Leihan said, "If you weren't soft-hearted, why did you suffer such serious injuries?" Shui Qi immediately shut his mouth. He didn't say a word. Although he kept snorting and his face was full of indignation, even his eyes were filled with pain. "Is this enough for this battle?" Shui Leihan asked faintly. Tears suddenly fell from Shui Qi's eyes. "Did you see our father and mother watching from the sky? Was their friendship enough for this battle? We can let her go, really, because she's our sister. But if she gains power, will she let us go?" The moonlight outside the window shone on the two of them. The fog was hazy, like a dream. This battle was really unforgettable for the two of them. For so many years, Shui Leihan had been paying attention to the Saint Emperor's palace, especially Shui Xian'er. Although Shui Xian'er didn't know that there were two brothers with the same blood as her in this world. However, these two brothers always paid attention to their biological sister and never forgot about her for even a moment. They paid attention to everything, including what Shui Xian'er usually did and what decisions she made. Shui Leihan knew everything clearly. But because of this, Shui Leihan and Shui Qi's hearts became colder and more disappointed. Since that time, Shui Xian'er used extremely cruel means to kill a few concubines of Shangren Yun that time. Shui Xian'er cruelly killed a few children of Shangren Yun that time. Shui Xian'er summoned all her admirers to the Saint Emperor's palace. Then, those people all became Shangren Yun's lackeys. That time, things happened again and again. It made Shui Leihan and Shui Qi feel disappointed, hateful, and helpless. You killed your love rival. It could be explained as a woman's nature to be jealous. Although your methods were too extreme, but it could still be understood more or less. But why did you kill those babies? Those babies were your husband's flesh and blood. You killed them so wantonly. Do you still have any humanity? If that's all, it's still your family's business, and it's hard for outsiders to comment on it. But you tricked all your admirers here and used their admiration and infatuation to lure them here. Then, your husband turned all of them into myriad saints' true spirits, turning them into walking corpses. What does this count as? This kind of behavior could no longer be explained by innate coldness. This kind of behavior was already insane and inhumane. It made one's hair stand on end. There were so many people who were qualified to admire and even pursue Shui Xian'er. Which one of them was an ordinary person, who didn't have a high cultivation base, who wasn't born with pride? However, It was precisely because they loved the wrong person that they were cheated into giving up their entire lives. Is loving you a sin? When Shuexian made use of her power to summon all the experts of the Shui clan who had been stranded outside, they were all gathered together. Then, he turned all these people into Cloud Master's lackeys. Furthermore, it was at that time that Xue Qi and Xue Leihan's identities were almost exposed and they died an unnatural death. The two brothers had finally given up on their little sister. Xue Xian had lost all her conscience and was beyond redemption. It was only recently that they found out that Cloud Master was really the master of myriad saints' true spirits. Then, there was the best explanation for why Xue Xian tried so hard to gather all these experts. However, this explanation made Xue Leihan and Xue Qi's hearts turn cold. So you already found out at that time? Your husband is the master of myriad saints' true spirits. So Xue Xian was the first person to know about Cloud Master's true identity and background. You clearly knew that your husband was such an evil person. But you still tricked all the people who had feelings for you here and let your husband turn them into myriad saints' true spirits. Xue Leihan and Xue Qi had completely given up on their little sister. However, that didn't mean that they would no longer pay attention to her. Just like guarding against an enemy, pay attention to her. This time, when Xue Leihan left the Demon Emperor Heaven, he sent a message to Xue Qi. Prepare for battle. Trap, how and how. Xue Qi immediately started to make preparations. Therefore, on the surface, it looked like Xue Leihan was returning to the Eastern Royal Heaven alone. However, in reality, the top experts of the Eastern Royal Heaven had already disguised themselves under the leadership of Xue Qi, the Prime Minister and General Lan, to come to his aid. How could Xue Qi and Xue Leihan, these two brothers, not understand their little sister's vengeful nature and her strong desire for revenge? In essence, Xue Xian was the same as Cloud Master. They were both ruthless characters who would take advantage of others and would rather die than suffer losses. Otherwise, how could they be together for more than 1,000,000 years? This time, Cloud Master's reputation was ruined and his foundation was destroyed. In fact, he had almost lost his life. With Xue Xian's character, she naturally hated Xue Leihan and the others to the core. As long as she was given a chance, she would definitely take revenge. And Xue Xian's favorite palace happened to be on the path that Xue Leihan had to pass through on his way back to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Xue Leihan was also traveling alone, so how could Xue Xian let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? At that time, all the people who went against the saint were either accompanied by a large number of people, or their whereabouts were mysterious and unpredictable. Donghuang was the only one who traveled tens of thousands of miles to return to Donghuang alone. And it was the number one enemy. In Xue Xian's opinion, in the entire imperial court, only the East Emperor and the Demon Empress were worthy of fighting with Cloud Master. The Demon Empress was even weaker than them. The main reason was that Xue Leihan had not given up on killing the saint. The East Emperor must be the mastermind of this trap. With such a great hatred and such a good opportunity, how could he not take action? So, this trap was set up. But she did not know that this trap was also set up by Xue Leihan. At the same time, it was also a life-saving move. Therefore, this trap was set up by Xue Leihan and Xue Xian together. Xue Xian would definitely not let Xue Leihan return to the sea, so she would definitely kill him. And Xue Leihan set up this trap. Firstly, it was to destroy the last remaining strength of the Saint Emperor Palace. Secondly, it was indeed to protect himself. If Xue Qi and the rest were not arranged in advance, and Xue Leihan was not willing to disguise himself and go back on this journey. In this trap, there was a possibility that he would be killed by Xue Xian's various despicable tricks. Xue Leihan's guess was not wrong at all. Ever since they started their journey, after the initial peaceful journey of 40,000 miles, they started to be attacked by the experts sent by Xue Xian, one after another. These attacks did not really hope to kill the East Emperor, but they were meant to test him, to test whether or not Donghuang had any hidden experts accompanying him on his journey. At the same time, these attacks were also to delay Xue Leihan's pace, giving Xue Xian ample time to prepare and set up a perfect killing trap. After all, the Saint Emperor Palace was now in a precarious situation. like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up, to organize a considerable battle force, and the target of the attack was the world-famous East Emperor. If they did not have sufficient preparation and buffer time, it was basically impossible. The East Emperor traveled alone for thousands of miles and was constantly attacked along the way. Although they were all small-scale attacks, they were accompanied by an endless stream of sneaky tricks. Especially after half of the journey, the frequency of such attacks became more and more frequent. The East Emperor had already guessed that Shui Xian's preparation might have some kind of problem. Otherwise, she would not be so crazy and unscrupulous in trying to stop him. The only explanation was that she was not ready yet. In fact, it was also reasonable. Now, the people of the Saint Emperor Palace were being besieged by the whole world, and they would be attacked by the people of the Heaven Imperial Court anytime and anywhere. On such a basis, it was definitely very difficult for Shui Xian to organize a strong force. Especially since the people of the Saint Emperor Palace were usually high-profile and did not need to conceal themselves at all. Now, the situation had changed with the passage of time, but it meant that the majority of them were exposed to the world. To suddenly face such a terrible situation, the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace had never encountered before, and the losses would definitely be huge. But Shui Leihan believed that with his sister's ability, she could definitely do it. He would definitely be able to do it. That killing plot would definitely be formed. Sure enough, when they were about to reach the East Royal Sky, the large-scale death attack that Shui Xian had set up finally began in a remote mountain forest. Shui Xian personally took action, and more than 1,000 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were almost all involved in this battle. There was only one goal: to kill Donghuang Shui Leihan. With such a setup, it was not difficult to see how much Shui Xian hated Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan still could not forget that moment when Shui Xian suddenly appeared and looked at him. And the words she said, "Shui Leihan, you beast. Today is the day you die." Then, she unreservedly used the charm of the world technique. 1,300 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace also went all out. Facing the peerless charm that was said to be able to charm all the men in the world, Shui Leihan did not feel charmed. He only felt sad, or maybe uncomfortable, and sighed inexplicably. Anyway, he did not feel tempted. Your charm of the world technique might work on any man in the world, but it was not effective on me and Shui Qi. That's because we're your biological brothers. In this world, was there any younger sister who could seduce her elder brother? This was absolutely impossible. Before you could charm him, he gave her a big slap and said, "Stupid girl." But the pressure that Shui Leihan had to bear in that battle was still enormous. Shui Xian was indeed an expert in scheming. Just the choice of terrain made it difficult for Donghuang to move, and he could only choose to fight head-on. In this battle, Donghuang fought 1 against 1,000 in this desolate valley. He fought until the sun and moon lost their light. It was also in this battle that Shui Leihan experienced his sister's true strength for the first time. Back then, Shui Xian was not only the most beautiful woman in the world, but also the most proud genius of the Shui clan. All these years, her cultivation did not fall behind. Just as he took over, Shui Leihan felt the enormous pressure from Shui Xian. Chapter 26:54. Although Shui Xian's strength was not as strong as his, there was not much difference between them. She was almost on par with the Demon Empress. The battle went on like a raging fire. It lasted from midnight to dawn. Almost half of the experts sent by the Saint Emperor Palace had died. However, Shui Leihan was also covered in wounds, and his vitality was greatly depleted. At this moment, Shui Xian suddenly retreated. She asked while sweating profusely, "Shui Leihan, why did you show mercy to me time and time again?" This matter really puzzled her. In this night's battle, Shui Leihan could easily injure her severely several times, but he did not really attack. Instead, because of these few moments of hesitation, Shui Leihan was injured. This man, this Donghuang, would rather injure himself than kill his enemy? Why? Shui Xian was full of doubts. Could it be because of the effect of Charm the World? That was definitely not the case. Shuexian was well aware that her charm of the world had almost never failed. In the past, she had only failed once on Zihao. Even Yun Shangren had been held back by her charm of the world before he reached a certain level of strength. However, today's Dong Huang was different from Zihao's disdain for her. He was also different from Cloud Lord, who exceeded the limit of her charm because his strength was too high. When Xue Lei Han looked at her, he only felt pity, and a kind of hatred. However, he did not have the intention to be charmed by her. Xue Lei Han sighed deeply. His heart was full of mixed feelings. You can be heartless to me, to the whole family, and to the whole world. But no matter how much I hate you, how can I bear to kill my own sister? There's no reason. Xue Lei Han was still fighting with all his might. He swallowed the bitterness in his heart. Now, even if I tell you my identity, what can you do? Will you let me go? Or will you repent and turn over a new leaf? There are some things in life that cannot be wrong. One mistake, but there is no turning back. When you treated the Xue clan as your dowry, when you sent the entire Xue clan into the abyss, when you killed your parents and angered your grandparents to death, when you made everyone in the Xue clan a stepping stone for your husband's hegemony, when you made everyone in the Xue clan a stepping stone, his life was already destined. I just don't want you to die too early and too tragically, Xue Lei Han said painfully. However, this answer caused Shuexian to misunderstand something. Shuexian continued to attack. The beautiful face of the celestial being sighed. She was no longer as seductive as before. Instead, she looked lovely and lovable. She said softly, Your Majesty, I really didn't know. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, had actually been thinking about me all this time? Xue Lei Han's face twitched. Nonsense, he shouted angrily. Shuexian slashed her saber across Xue Lei Han's body, causing blood to spurt out. She said with some disappointment, Your Majesty, are you reminiscing about your youth? Are you thinking about the frivolity of your youth? This man actually had feelings for me? It wasn't a seductive feeling, but true feelings? This unexpected discovery gave Shuexian a pleasant surprise. The pride in his heart soared like never before. So much so that he was even more confident in this battle. Since you have feelings for me, you won't really kill me or hurt me. But I can really hurt you and kill you. With just one sentence, Shuexian who had changed her strategy, was already deliberately trying to lead Xue Lei Han's emotions back to his youth under her charm. As long as Xue Lei Han really remembered the love he had back then, even if it was only for a moment. Once he fell into that kind of melancholy and sadness, Shuexian would be able to kill this terrifying enemy instantly. Xue Lei Han said furiously, Shut up. Although he wouldn't be led into that kind of emotional state that Shuexian imagined, he would be led into another kind of emotional state. That was an unprecedented manic state of mind. The person in front of him was his own sister. But this sister of his didn't hesitate to use such a despicable method to deal with him, including those whom she had dealt with previously. Those young heroes who were once infatuated with her beauty and gave up all their feelings for her. Those once proud and unyielding young heroes had long since turned into a pile of yellow soil, little sister. Is this how you ruined their lives? Thinking of this, Xue Lei Han felt a deep sense of sorrow. Love was originally a beautiful thing in the hearts of people in the world. No matter whether it was successful or not, those memories that belonged to the youth would always be the wealth of a lifetime and the most beautiful memories. But in Shuexian hands, they were reduced to a tool. Using this tool, Shuexian was actually successful in dealing with those who used to like her. Shuexian Xue Lei Han roared to the sky. Heaven has given you an unparalleled beauty, but it has also given you an unparalleled evil heart. Shuexian smiled even more innocently and charmingly, making one feel tender affection for her. Really? My Emperor Donghuang? Will you not love me, not dote on me, hurt me, or kill me just because I have a bad heart? The blue saber in her hand continued to attack. With a flash of her charming figure, 7 to 8 clones suddenly appeared, and a strange fragrance wafted into Xue Lei Han's nostrils. Xue Lei Han cried out in pain. Shuexian you stupid woman. Am I stupid? Am I really stupid? If you say I'm stupid, then I'll be stupid. Xue Xian, who smiled coquettishly, her face pure and innocent. She danced gracefully in the wind, looking indescribably graceful and graceful. But every move she made was extremely vicious. She purposely targeted the fatal points and used all kinds of methods. Xue Leihan dashed left and right, and the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were annihilated by him one after another. But the wounds on his body were also increasing. Even though they were just superficial wounds, they were still affecting his strength more and more. The accumulation of injuries finally affected Eastern Emperor's strength, and also caused the gap between him and Xue Xian to become smaller and smaller. Eastern Emperor, you're very tired now. Xue Xian's gentle voice sounded. Don't you want to rest? How about letting me take care of His Majesty? Xue Leihan really couldn't move his limbs. If he had truly hardened his heart and attacked with his full strength, even Xue Xian would have been defeated in a matter of moments, or even be heavily injured. However, it was precisely because of this that he couldn't bear to truly kill her, causing him to fall into an indescribably perilous situation, where he was surrounded by dangers. Xue Xian, this vicious woman, made use of his subtle mentality that he couldn't bear to kill her. That was why she was so unscrupulous. Her targeted strategy was very successful. At this point, Eastern Emperor's fate seemed to be ominous. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Xue Qi finally arrived with reinforcements. This was a trap for both sides, and at this moment, it finally collided with each other. Seeing his elder brother covered in blood and in danger, Xue Qi went crazy on the spot. All the experts of the Donghuang Heaven also went crazy. They rushed forward without any regard for their lives and quickly surrounded the battlefield to kill. On one side, there were tired soldiers who had been fighting for a whole night, and on the other side, there were fresh troops who had just joined the battlefield. The experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were defeated instantly, and they were utterly defeated. Screams rang out one after another. Seeing that the emperor was in danger, the experts of the Donghuang Heaven went all out. Xue Qi also took over from Xue Leihan at the first moment and faced the strongest enemy, Xue Xian. He scolded, "Heartless bitch. You still have the face to attack us." Xue Xian was furious when she heard that and fought with all her might. Originally, Xue Xian's strength was almost at the level of the Demon Empress, and she was undoubtedly much stronger than Xue Qi. But in this night's battle, Xue Xian was the main force holding Eastern Emperor back, and she had exhausted a lot of energy. Xue Qi was also an expert of the first Emperor level, so the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't that big. Moreover, she was fresh troops now. Although she couldn't win against Xue Xian, it was not a problem to hold her back. After a while, the Prime Minister also joined the battle. The two experts fought Xue Xian together, and the battle here was unusually fierce. But at this moment, the Saint Emperor Palace was obviously defeated. Xue Xian couldn't help but think of escaping to save her own life. After all, in Xue Xian's heart, no one's life was more important than her own. But Xue Qi and the Prime Minister both tried their best to hold her back, and Xue Xian didn't want to be hurt by the three of them, so she couldn't find a way to escape. Finally, when the last person of the Saint Emperor Palace died under the sword of General Lan, Xue Xian decided to break out at all costs. Sadly, her decision was too late. Right now, it was already too late. Even if she risked her life to break free from the entanglement of Snow 7 and the Prime Minister, she wouldn't be able to do so because the forces of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms had already surrounded her. Just now, she had help, but she couldn't break out. Now that there was no help, it was naturally impossible for her to break out. Seeing that they were surrounded, Xue Qi and the Prime Minister became more confident. Their attacks became denser and denser, and gradually weaved into a big net. They had the upper hand, and Xue Xian was about to be killed by their swords. At this point, Xue Xian finally lost all hope. At this point, there was no way to escape. But at this moment, when she stared at Xue Qi with her desperate and sorrowful eyes, Xue Qi suddenly became absent-minded. The sharp sword that was about to pierce her chest inexplicably stopped at that moment. She was still her sister after all. Xueqi might be absent-minded because of family love, but Xuexian wasn't. She didn't know why the enemy would be absent-minded at this critical moment and show such a flaw that shouldn't have happened. But she firmly grasped this God-given opportunity. At this moment of despair, there was an inexplicable glimmer of hope. Xuexian attacked with both her sword and saber, as well as her fists and feet. Break out. Chapter 26:55. At that moment, the Prime Minister lost Xueqi's cooperation and was hit 3 times before he could react. Xueqi was also hit twice by her sword. Then, Xuexian broke out of the encirclement. She actually chose Xuelehan's direction to break out of the encirclement. The encirclement was complete. Even if she got rid of the previous 2, the remaining people were not easy to deal with. Since Xuelehan has feelings for her, he will definitely not stop her. Among these people, although his cultivation was the highest, it was more likely for her to break out of the encirclement from him than from the others. Even if she couldn't break out, at least, her life wouldn't be in danger. This was what Xuexian hoped for. But she wasn't wrong at all. Xuelehan did not stop her at all. He watched her break out of the encirclement. When her slim figure disappeared into the night, her voice was filled with hatred. Xuelehan, I won't be grateful to you if you let me go today. You destroyed our life's work. This hatred is irreconcilable. One day, I want you to die in my hands. Your soul will be destroyed, and you will never be reincarnated. Xuelehan sighed deeply. This was also something that the Prime Minister and General Lan could not understand. Seeing that the Divine Empress was about to die here, why did His Majesty East Emperor and Xueqi make 2 mistakes at the same time? There was a gap between Xueqi and Xuexian so it was reasonable for Xueqi to make a mistake in a fierce battle. Actually, it was not. Even if Xueqi was not as powerful as Xuexian he was still a peak expert after the First Emperor realm. Furthermore, he had the support of the Prime Minister. He already had an absolute advantage in the battle. How could he make such a mistake at a critical moment? And His Majesty East Emperor. Although His Majesty East Emperor fought for a whole night, his body was full of injuries and his strength was not as good as normal. But his injuries were mostly superficial. There were no internal injuries at all. His reinforcements had arrived in time. For an expert of his level, such a small injury would give him a chance to circulate his origin energy. Even if his injuries were not completely healed, they would be more or less healed. Moreover, no matter how much His Majesty East Emperor's energy was depleted, he was still better than Xuexian. At the very least, he was much better than Xuexian. If he went all out, how could Xuexian escape? But the result was that Xuexian escaped in his direction. Another piece of evidence that could not be considered evidence was Xuexian's last sentence. If you let me go today, I won't be grateful to you. The latter part was fine, but the first half was a clear indication of the fact that His Majesty Donghuang had held back and allowed him to leave. This is too strange. Even if the Divine Empress could revive with the help of her doppelganger, what was destroyed was her original body. How much damage was that? According to His Majesty Donghuang's previous deductions, if his main body was destroyed, even if he could revive with the help of his clone, it would be very difficult for him to improve his own strength. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Why didn't His Majesty Donghuang and Xueqi do anything at the last moment? On their way back to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, this question lingered in their hearts. Donghuang and Xueqi looked equally upset. An atmosphere of depression, unwillingness, and powerlessness spread and grew. Occasionally, His Majesty Donghuang and Xueqi could be heard arguing in a low voice. It seemed that the 2 brothers were dissatisfied. Why don't you make a move? Can't you see that I'm injured? Why don't you make a move? Then why did you hold back before? Don't tell me you didn't hold back. Bastard! Shut up. The 2 of them were her elder brothers. Their hearts were equally bitter, equally powerless, and equally depressed. They sat facing each other, complained for a while, and then sighed at the same time. If there's a next time, Donghuang Xuelehan finally spoke. Don't hold back. Xueqi rolled his eyes. He snorted in disdain. You'd better convince yourself first. When you can't make a move, don't use your big brother's strength to teach me a lesson. Shui Lei Han sighed helplessly again. Suddenly, he kicked Xue Qi's private parts twice fiercely. He scolded him in a low voice. Other than using sex on me, what else can you do? What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, Xue Qi's miserable howl resounded through the air. She hissed in cold air and lowered her voice, out of breath. Shui Lei Han, you're good. You're really good. You can't bear to kill your younger sister, but you're quite willing to kill your younger brother who has always been loyal to you. You're awesome. Really awesome. I'll admire you. Okay? If you can't do it, even our parents will admire you. That should be enough, right? After a round of suppressed scolding, the two brothers looked at each other. In the end, they still couldn't bring themselves to do it. Then, Shui Lei Han ordered to summon the Prime Minister and General Lan for a discussion. Some things had to be made clear. He couldn't keep his subordinates in the dark. If he kept hiding things, it would only cool the hearts of the loyal officials. General Lan arrived very quickly, but the old Prime Minister only arrived after a while. When he arrived, his expression was very strange. Shui Lei Han didn't pay much attention to this. There's something that I need to tell the two of you. I don't know how to start. Shui Lei Han was a little tired. Sitting on the chair, he was also a little lost, and there was also an indescribable sense of loss. Your Majesty, please tell us. The two of them were a little nervous. His Majesty had never been like this. This time, was he going to talk about something important? Was that why he was so hesitant? You all know that my real name is Shui Lei Han, but I'm afraid you don't know about my other identity. Shui Lei Han let out a long sigh. His Majesty's other identity? The Prime Minister and General Lan's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. This was indeed something that they didn't know. They really didn't know that His Majesty had another identity. Donghuang Shui Lei Han had been famous for millions of years. Who didn't know about him? What other identity did he have? On the soft couch behind, Xue Qi, who was recuperating from his injuries, coughed softly and said, "Boss, are you really going to reveal this?" Shui Lei Han's face twitched painfully. He said, "I can't let my brothers bleed for no reason. It's time to reveal this secret." Behind him, Xue Qi was silent for a while. Then he said, "I understand." The words of the two brothers made the Prime Minister and Great General Lan somewhat confused. What was the meaning of this? I think both of you should remember this sentence. Shui Lei Han let out a long sigh and recited, "The sky is full of clouds, the night is drunk, the world is covered with snow." How can we not remember this? The Prime Minister and General Lan laughed at the same time. These were the three biggest clans in the Heaven Imperial Court millions of years ago. The sky is full of clouds, referring to the Yun clan. The night is drunk, referring to the Zue clan. The last one was the #1 financial magnate in the world, the Shui clan. Back then, these three clans were like three legs of a tripartite balance of power and almost controlled the entire Heaven Imperial Court. However, after the three clans were destroyed, there was a period of continuous chaos. After the chaos, there was the matter of Emperor 1, Empress 1, and only Saint Monarch dominating the world. The Yun clan was actually the family of only Saint Monarch Yun Shangren. Back then, only Saint Monarch Yun Shangren gathered everyone to fight against the Holy Devil and destroyed the Holy Spirit. After that battle, the Yun clan also declined. At that time, we only thought that the Yun clan had sacrificed too much and lost too much. But now, I finally know that the head of the Yun family was actually the Myriad Saints' true demon. Then, after the Holy Devil fell, it's not hard to understand why the Yun clan declined. Moreover, they even supported only Saint Monarch. This exchange from the Yun clan to the Holy Emperor Palace was definitely worth it. Shui Lei Han said, and the other clan, the Zue clan, was constantly weakened during the chaos of the martial world. However, in the end, the Heavenly Emperor Wuqing, Zue Wuqing, finally appeared. Therefore, the Zue clan still continued its glory for 1,000,000 years. The Prime Minister said with a face full of wrinkles, "That's true. It's a pity that the Shui clan, one of the three great clans, was sacrificed for Master Yun. Other than Shui Xian'er, The rest of the Shui clan were all killed. General Lan sighed. However, the Prime Minister glared at him fiercely. His Majesty Donghuang did not mention this at this time to reminisce about the past. In addition, Donghuang was originally surnamed Shui. General Lan's eyes widened as he thought of this. Looks like the two brothers have guessed that my surname is Shui. This can explain a lot. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and sighed. My original name was not Shui Leihan. My name was Shui Shaoran at that time. First young master of the Shui clan, General Lan only managed to say half a sentence before he was suddenly choked by the neck like a screaming chicken. Yes, the first young master of the Shui clan, Shui Shaoran, is me? Shui Leihan sighed. The Prime Minister and General Lan looked at each other at the same time, dumbfounded. After a long time, the two of them finally reacted. Then, the Divine Empress Shuexian, we killed yesterday, isn't she your sister? Shui Leihan nodded deeply. A look of pain flashed across his face. Behind him, Shui Qi on the soft couch also sighed softly. The Prime Minister and General Lan were dumbfounded. So that's the truth. They finally understood that His Majesty Donghuang's cultivation was much higher than the Divine Empress. Even if he was surrounded by many enemies, he would not be so seriously injured. So it was because this brother still could not bear to do anything to his sister. Your Majesty, there must be another reason? The Prime Minister asked, puzzled. It's a long story. The past is unbearable to recall. Shui Leihan sighed painfully. Back then, the competition between the big clans was fierce, and the descendants were secretly sent out. Even in the clan, it was a secret. So at that time, at most, we only knew that there was a first young master of the Shui clan called Shui Shaoran, but no one had actually seen this person. Chapter 2656. Cloudmaster pursued Shuexian, madly, my sister. The Shui clan also approved of this son-in-law. My father also supported Cloudmaster with all his might. At that time, he sent me a secret message and said, in the future, with Cloudmaster as the son-in-law and me as the son in secret, the greatest glory that the Shui clan has been pursuing could be achieved in this lifetime. The Prime Minister and General Lan nodded secretly, thinking of the situation at that time. If things had really developed as they had, the possibility of this happening was indeed very high. But at that time, I had already vaguely felt that Cloudmaster was a little unreliable. So I reminded my father to be careful, but my father disagreed with my words and said, aren't all ambitious people arrogant, conceited, and scheming the same? So we agreed that unless it was to rule the world, my identity as the young master of the Shui clan would never be exposed. Perhaps it was because after listening to my words, although my father didn't think much of it, he was still used to preparing for a rainy day. At the same time, the records of the identities of a few other younger brothers were also destroyed. Shui Leihan's voice became deeper and deeper. The Prime Minister and General Lan both felt a wave of sorrow and a kind of admiration. These big clans with a long history were really not ordinary people. They were indeed preparing for a rainy day and taking preventive measures. At this time, a mumbling voice came from the soft couch behind them. That's right, back then, there was also an elder who was mysteriously expelled from the ancestral home. Elder 7. So it's Shui Qi. Shui Leihan, who was immersed in the past, was instantly enraged. He turned around and kicked him. Damn it! Whose elder are you? Accompanied by a scream, the world was completely silent. The Prime Minister and General Lan were instantly petrified. It was really the first time that they saw His Majesty swearing like this. There was another shock. This blood contract who had always been rude to His Majesty was actually His Majesty's younger brother? In other words, he was also Shuexian-er's brother? His Majesty, blood contract, and Shuexian-er. The three of them were all from the Shui clan? Shui Qi sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, You only bully the obedient ones. You can't even bear to touch the disobedient ones. Tui. Shui Leihan sat upright, pretending not to have heard anything. The Prime Minister and General Lan looked embarrassed. He wanted to continue listening, but he didn't dare to interrupt the two brothers. However, The biggest doubt in his heart had already been resolved. The three of them were from the Shui clan. The descendants of the Shui clan were extraordinary. Only three of them were still alive. All of them were outstanding talents. The slight discomfort that originally existed in his heart also completely disappeared at this time. Shui Xian was Donghuang's younger sister. How could her brother bear to kill her? Even if this sister of his had done 1,000 things wrong and done 1,000 evil deeds, but to let a brother kill his own sister with his own hands, it was an extremely cruel thing. Besides, this incident also proved that His Majesty Donghuang was a sentimental person. If a person could kill his own sister without batting an eyelid, then would he still be Donghuang? Will just be another Saint Monarch and the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao. It was also at this time that he became enemies with Guru Yun because of this incident. Shui Leihan's face was filled with endless nostalgia and sincerity. Zihao sensed Guru Yun's ambition and went to warn him alone. He told him not to get close to Shui Xian in the future. Therefore, he fought with Guru Yun a few times and ruined his plans several times. Guru Yun hated him to the core because of this. However, with Guru Yun's support, the Shui clan actually prospered and became unparalleled. The whole clan was rejoicing, but they didn't know that a huge conspiracy had already begun. Actually, you all know what happened after that. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. At that time, the Shui clan was annexed and my father died in an accident. The elders of the clan died one by one. It just had to be at that time. I was secretly appointed by my father to go to the fairy forest and find some heavenly crystals. The last order my father gave me in his life was to find heavenly crystals for his son-in-law and daughter, to use as newlyweds. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly, but his eyes were indescribably misty. The room was silent. Then, what happened in the future? General Lan asked. I remember at that time, but there was someone who offered a reward for finding the eldest young master of the Shui clan and asking him to return home and take over the family business. Yes. Shui Leihan nodded and said, I also wanted to find out what was going on. So, I once changed my appearance and returned home, and saw my younger sister, Shui Xian. After confirming my identity, Shui Xian and I hugged each other and cried. The muscles on Shui Leihan's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, however, at that time, Shui Xian personally stabbed a dagger into my heart. Everyone exclaimed upon hearing this. Although Shui Leihan was right in front of them, they were still shocked. Behind him, Shui Qi sat up abruptly. Big brother, why didn't you mention this before? Is this something to be proud of? What's there to talk about? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. He pulled open his clothes and revealed an extremely hideous scar on his chest. He said, my cultivation improved by leaps and bounds in the future, and I was already at the stage where I could heal my chronic illness and reconstruct my physical body. However, I still have this scar. At that time, this dagger really stabbed into my heart. Stabbed into his heart. The three of them could feel Donghuang's feelings at the same time. This stab had pierced right into his heart. Other than the dagger on his physical body, it was also a dagger that went straight to his heart spiritually. Just by listening to this, the three of them already felt a bone-chilling coldness. At that time, I was injured and tried to rush out. Master Yin tried to stop me, and there were also countless experts blocking my way. But I tried my best to fight back and finally rushed out. However, there were still hundreds of wounds on my body. I was chased all the way until I jumped off the cliff. Zihao was already waiting for me below. We had already prepared a corpse to be my substitute. I had already died there. From then on, I left that place. I still remember that day. I remember it clearly, how I rushed out with blood and tears. That day, it was snowing heavily and the wind was bone-chilling. My heart was also extremely cold. From then on, I completely gave up on the name Shui Xiaoran. Snow has tears, and every drop is cold. From then on, Shui Leihan was truly born, until today's Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan looked up and sighed. So that's how Shui Leihan's name came about. Behind him, Shui Qi also sighed softly and said softly, Big brother, you've suffered. Shui Leihan's nose twitched, and he hurriedly took a deep breath. Did he suffer? Until today, when he heard his younger brother's words, Shui Leihan also truly felt that he had really suffered. And that kind of suffering was definitely not something that could be understood by those who had not experienced it personally. His clan was destroyed. His parents died tragically, and when he went back to check on the situation, he was set up and killed by his own sister. Who would be able to understand the sorrow of rushing out and braving the wind and snow and being ambushed from all sides in their own clan? Who would be able to understand? After that night, Shui Xian and Master Yun were convinced that Shui Xiaoran was already dead. After that, they even set up a mourning hall, and Shui Xian wore mourning clothes to send her brother off. Shui Leihan sneered mockingly, but he felt that his heart was broken, so much so that even his laughter started to tremble. So in the future, Zihao and I travel the world together. From a place where we had nothing, we fought for the family business we have today. In those years, we fought with Master Yun and Yuan Tianjia whenever we met, but none of us could kill the other. In the end, we fought until we became the first emperor, the only saint. Now, Zihao has already passed away, and now, the only saint has also become a target of scorn, the public enemy of the Heaven Imperial Court. The Saint Emperor Palace is also about to be completely destroyed and destroyed, Shui Leihan sighed. This Saint Emperor Palace, most of its power was built by the Shui clan. When Shui Leihan said this, the room fell into a dead silence. For a long time, no words were spoken. Cough, cough. Shui Qi, who was behind him, suddenly coughed and said, "Back then, there should be a total of 8 brothers of the Shui clan outside, right?" "Yes," Shui Leihan said expressionlessly. "As for the others," Shui Qi's face twitched and said, "I can only confirm that 2 of them are no longer around. As for the others, I didn't get any definite news, and I didn't dare to ask you. You don't need to ask anymore." Shui Leihan was still expressionless. He said, "Except for you and me, the other brothers are long gone. Many of them died when their own sister hugged their heads and cried with them." "This bitch," Shui Qi gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, as if a curse was coming out from his throat. Tears also came out. The Prime Minister and General Lan were still silent. They were even shocked. They would never have thought that a woman, and the one who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, would only be in her prime at that time. How could she do such a thing? How could she be so cruel as to watch her own clan being destroyed? How could she be so cruel as to kill her own brother with her own hands? Destroy her own home with her own hands? How could she bear to do such a thing? This was really something that normal people couldn't understand, even if they racked their brains. They couldn't understand it at all. Chapter 26:57. Cough, cough, cough. The Prime Minister coughed and hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really feel that such a woman and Guru Yun's viciousness are really a match made in heaven." He gritted his teeth and said, "I've experienced a lot in my life, and I can be said to have seen through the world. But for such a heartless person, it's really the first time I've heard of such a heartless person." Sigh, Shui Qi sneered. Cloud Shangren killed his own father and destroyed his own family. Shui Xian also destroyed her own family and killed all her brothers. This pair of man and woman actually became husband and wife. This is really. The veins on Shui Qi's forehead bulged, as if he had used up all his strength, but he still couldn't finish his sentence. Really what? They're really a match made in heaven. Shui Leihan slapped the table in front of him. The table was fine, but the ruins thousands of miles away from the East Emperor Palace suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. "That's the whole story," Yizichen said. Shui Leihan looked at his 2 most important officials and said softly, "Shui Xiaoran is Shui Leihan, and Shui Leihan is Shui Xiaoran. This is East Emperor's biggest secret." "Your Majesty." Both of them had mixed feelings, and at this moment, they almost shed tears. "You've suffered." Shui Xiaoran became Shui Leihan. The carefree snow eventually turned into snow with tears, every drop cold. How carefree and unrestrained was the former. What a tranquil state of mind. The latter, however, was so disheartened, and so cold and sorrowful. What kind of changes did a person have to go through to change like this? It was hard to imagine. That was definitely not a huge blow that a normal person, an ordinary person, could bear. This was undoubtedly the pain of His Majesty East Emperor's life. The deepest pain. The pain that couldn't be made up for. His Majesty didn't have to reveal these secrets. But in the previous battle, he let Xue Xian go because of family ties. In order for her to not be haunted by it, he had opened up this scar himself. At this moment, the Prime Minister and General Lan felt guilty and regretful, but they were also deeply touched. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two of them had a lot of things they wanted to say, but when the words reached their mouths, they felt like they couldn't say anything. In the end, they could only bow with tears streaming down their faces. There was no need to say anything else. His Majesty Donghuang's regard for all of them had already been made clear, so there was no need to say anything more. The two of them finally understood why His Majesty the Donghuang had insisted on naming the Tai vast snow. This was the reason. The entire world was covered in snow, Shueklan. It doesn't matter anymore. Xue Leihan laughed bitterly and said, "Anyway, so many years have passed since then. What I feel the most regretful about, the one I can't let go of the most, is still Zihao, my brother Zihao." The Prime Minister and General Lan lowered their heads at the same time. Back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign were sworn brothers. Looking at the world, even a sage would not dare to look directly at them. However, that heroic and majestic Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament ultimately still fell under the scheme of the Sage Monarch and perished on the Heavenly Devil battlefield. This time, the strength of the Holy Emperor Palace has been completely uprooted by us. The various forces of the Holy Emperor Palace are also being disintegrated and destroyed now. Xue Leihan calmed himself down. He said, "This time, the actions of the whole world, the various branches of the Holy Emperor Palace have always been exposed under the eyes of the world. I believe none of them can escape. Except for the Sage Monarch and the Divine Empress, the others have basically been wiped out. It can be said that there are not many problems left." Xue Leihan said solemnly, "In the future, we only need to be careful. The day when we finally destroy these two people will be the day when the world will be at peace. The only thing left to worry about is the battle with the extraterrestrial demons." The Prime Minister and General Lan nodded at the same time. "This time, in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons, I want to lead the troops personally," Xue Leihan said word by word, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. "I want to personally take revenge for my brothers." The Prime Minister and General Lan were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Logically speaking, in such a decisive battle, General Lan should be the one leading the troops. The East Sovereign did not need to personally come to the battlefield at all. Leading the troops personally always meant that victory was not an option. The pressure was immense, and the risk was also the greatest. However, no one could refute the East Sovereign's reason at this moment. Take revenge for his brothers. Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons. With the relationship between the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign, this was completely reasonable. There was no way to even dissuade him. "I also want to fight a bloody battle at the place where my brothers fought." Xue Leihan's eyes were calm but firm. "Blue Bridge. Here." General Lan answered solemnly. "Immediately reorganize the East Sovereign Army. All the elite troops of the Eastern Royal Heavens are to be streamlined again. Assemble this batch of elites into one army. In this battle, the East Sovereign will not return if the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed." Xue Leihan said solemnly, "Your Majesty." The Prime Minister and General Lan knelt down at the same time. Xue Leihan's words were too serious. Even though they knew they should not dissuade him, they still had to. The East Sovereign will not return if the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed. What a heavy oath this was. There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Shuelehan's eyes were extremely resolute. The two of them took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment, not knowing if they should say a few more words of persuasion or fully prepare the troops for war. Prime Minister. Shuelehan looked at the Prime Minister. I believe you know what is needed for this battle. All the logistics, everything will be handed over to you. Do you understand this heavy responsibility? The Prime Minister's expression was solemn. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With the reserves of the Eastern Royal Heavens over these years, it is enough to support the largest scale battle for 30 years. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. There would be absolutely no oversights and no worries for the future. If there is, I will use the lives of 18 generations of my family to atone for my sins. Shuelehan nodded satisfactorily. I've long known that the Prime Minister's work is the most reassuring. General Lan, from now on, the success or failure of everything will depend on you. General Lan's expression was resolute. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I swear on Blue Bridge to complete the mission. Good. Shuelehan was silent for a moment before he said, Before this battle, we must make arrangements in advance. I plan to let Vast govern the Eastern Royal Heavens from today onwards and appoint the Crown Prince to be in charge of all matters of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Your Majesty, this doesn't seem appropriate. The Prime Minister and General Lan were shocked to the extreme at the same time. They knelt on the ground. Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. Even if you personally lead the troops into battle, you will definitely be able to return safely. Please reconsider the matter of appointing the Crown Prince. Stop talking and listen to me first. Shuelehan's expression was serene. He said, The luck of this battle is unknown. Thinking about the defeat before thinking about the victory is a military principle. Besides, I can't be considered in the prime of my life now. My body may be strong, but my heart is already old. Especially after avenging my brothers this time. Even if I return safely, I don't have the heart to continue on in this position for long. It's also time for Vast to take charge. I'm still very relieved to hand this position over to him. Shuelehan smiled. Even if I personally lead the troops into the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. If we win this battle, the Eastern Royal Heavens will celebrate and Vast will ascend to the throne. If we lose this battle, the day Shuelehan dies in battle will be the day Vast will ascend to the throne. Do you all remember this? Shuelehan's tone turned cold as he looked at the two of them sternly. The Prime Minister and General Lan choked and couldn't speak, tears streaming down their faces. No matter the outcome of this battle, Prime Minister, I'll need you to take care of Vast. Shuelehan looked at his right-hand and right-hand men with sincerity. He sighed and said slowly, For so many years, we have been monarch and minister in name, but in reality, we are brothers. The two of you must help me with this. The Prime Minister and General Lan's tears flowed like spring water as they kowtowed loudly. We can only do our best until we die. When the time comes, Shueqi, you must also gather all your subordinates and assassins to follow me into battle, okay? Shuelehan turned to look at his younger brother. I understand. Don't worry. Shueqi rolled his eyes. I knew it long ago. Even if you die, you'll drag me along with you. Forget it. I'll follow you through the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Who asked you to be my elder brother? You. Shuelehan almost couldn't help but raise his hand to give him a good beating. But suddenly, he laughed again. You little brat, we'll go through the mountains of swords and seas of fire together. If we win this battle, we'll rest in the hidden forest spring and travel the world together. If we lose this battle, we'll go see our parents together. Shueqi's eyes were a little red. He said in a nasal voice, When the time comes, what if our parents ask, Where's your sister? How should we answer? Do you know how to answer? Shuelehan looked at him in a daze. Shueqi sniffed and said, So, it's best to win. With that thought, the two brothers smiled with tears in their eyes. Looking at the two brothers in front of them who had gone through so much, the Prime Minister and General Lan were shocked. They couldn't help but burst into tears too. Now that the two brothers who had gone through so much were here, they smiled and talked about their past. Oh, right, when you came in just now, why did you look a little strange? You don't look like the Prime Minister of Donghuang Heaven, who usually doesn't change his expression even if a mountain collapses in front of him. Donghuang smiled and asked the Prime Minister, "Did something happen?" The Prime Minister coughed and was stunned. Then, sweat actually appeared on his face. "This matter," he said just now that it was really nothing, but now, he didn't know how to say it. He stammered and said, "Yes, there is indeed something. I just received the news." Shuele Han said with great interest, "What is it? Tell me directly." "Oh, it's like this." The Prime Minister stammered and said, "After the battle with us, the divine Empress Shui Xian'er fled. But for some reason, she was recognized in the 100,000 mountains and was surrounded." Chapter 26:58. Shuele Han frowned and said, "Oh?" Then, very coincidentally, the former heavenly emperor of Green Cloud, Emo Qingqing, passed by here and immediately attacked. Shui Xian'er, her physical body was destroyed. The Prime Minister stuttered as he spoke. He was cursing in his heart. "Who the hell gave me this news? I was delayed for a while, and then I came excitedly to report this news. But first, I heard a story from His Majesty." The real problem was, after hearing this story, he felt as uncomfortable as if there was a bomb in his mouth. When he finally finished, the Prime Minister lowered his head nervously, waiting for His Majesty's reaction. "Such an outcome is good." Shuele Han sighed deeply, then fell silent for a while and said, "Besides, she still has a doppelganger, so she won't die for a while. Besides, even if Emo Qingqing really killed her, she deserved it. Retribution is right in front of me. So how can I go and find Emo Qingqing to avenge her? How can I not have a sense of right and wrong? Prime Minister, you're thinking too much." The Prime Minister heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise, I'm stupid." When His Majesty was silent just now, the Prime Minister was almost sweating profusely. Fortunately, His Majesty's reaction wasn't that intense. "Oh right. Why did Emo Qingqing suddenly appear in that place?" Shuele Han asked in surprise. I don't know." The Prime Minister was also very confused. At this moment, a guard reported outside the door, "Your Majesty, the former heavenly emperor of Green Cloud, Her Majesty Emo Qingqing, is outside seeking an audience." Hearing this, the four people present were all stunned at the same time. Emo Qingqing suddenly appeared. Seeking an audience with Shuele Han? What did she want to do? Especially the Prime Minister and General Lan, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They even felt that the world was really strange. This fellow had just destroyed the physical body of someone else's sister, and then she came to seek an audience with her biological brother, and there were two of her biological brothers here. This is really, that was awesome. At this moment, the two pillars of the Eastern Royal Heavens both had these words in their hearts. They were exactly the same. "Quickly invite her in," Shuele Han said hurriedly. No matter what, Emo Qingqing was here. They were all distinguished guests. "Brother Shui." Emo Qingqing stood outside the East Imperial Palace with her hands behind her back. This former celestial emperor was currently dressed in plain clothes. His green robes fluttered in the wind, giving off a transcendent aura of transcendence. Such an outfit actually made Shuele Han feel a little envious. Seeing Shuele Han come out, Emo Qingqing smiled and cupped her hands. "Brother Shui actually came out to welcome me personally. Emo Qingqing really doesn't dare. I'm flattered, ha ha ha. It's rare for Brother Emo to visit us from afar. Your presence brings light to our humble Eastern Royal Heaven." Shuele Han warmly welcomed Emo Qingqing in. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he asked, "But I wonder why Brother Emo is here?" "Nothing else. It's just that this little brother's addiction to being an official has kicked in. I'm here to ask Brother Shui for a high-ranking official position." Emo Qingqing smiled and said, "Brother Shui, please appoint me as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Royal Heavens Army. How about it?" Cough, cough, cough. The moment these words came out, Donghuang Shuele Han, the Prime Minister, and the great general all started coughing at the same time. The Prime Minister and Great General Lan really didn't expect that Imo Qingqing would actually say such a thing. This was too direct, too unrestrained, wasn't it too? A celestial emperor of a generation, even if he was just the previous celestial emperor or a has-been celestial emperor, would definitely not run to another world to request to be the Grand Marshal of the army. However, Imo Qingqing did so. Moreover, he did it so calmly and brazenly. She did it right in front of Donghuang and Shueleihan. Donghuang Shueleihan stared at Imo Qingqing. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. They were speechless for a long time. Shueleihan suddenly smiled relaxedly. Brother Imo, Shueleihan smiled. Logically speaking, we've been brothers for so many years. If you make such a condescending request, there's definitely no possibility of me rejecting it. But in this situation now, it's not possible. Imo Qingqing's expression didn't change. She asked in a low voice, "Oh, why not?" Shueleihan laughed out loud. "It's because Brother Imo has really come at the wrong time. Just a moment ago, I snatched the position of the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Royal Heavens from the Blue Sky Bridge." Shueleihan laughed. "But if Brother Imo doesn't mind taking a step back, I can appoint you as the Deputy Commander of the Eastern Imperial Heavens Army. How about that?" Imo Qingqing was stunned. She pointed at Shueleihan and laughed. "Shueleihan, you're actually one step ahead of me. Good. My cultivation isn't as high as yours, and my scheming isn't as deep as yours. It's worth it to be your deputy. Deputy Commander it is. I'll do it too." Shueleihan put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's not that you don't mind being the Deputy Commander. I think you, even if it's a small soldier, you'll do it too. In the battle to destroy the extraterrestrial demons, to be a small soldier or a deputy commander, a marshal is nothing more than contributing to the imperial court. It's just a title." Imo Qingqing laughed loudly. Obviously, she didn't mind at all whether she was a marshal, a deputy commander, or even a small soldier. They were all old friends for a million years. Whatever the other party was thinking, as long as they didn't deliberately hide it, it could be said that they could tell at a glance. One sentence was enough to explain too many things. Imo Qingqing's wish was very simple. She hoped to go to the battlefield of the purple cloud heavens and fight to the death with the extraterrestrial demons. However, Imo Qingqing knew herself well. With her commanding ability, if she were to purely be a small soldier, it would really be too much of a pity. It would be a waste of her talent. Since it was a battle against the extraterrestrial demons, then she should unleash her own ability and battle power to the maximum. At this time, she really didn't care about her own problems anymore. How to maximize efficiency was the problem that a ruler needed to consider. And Shueleihan already knew what Imo Qingqing's intentions were when she said the first sentence. However, the person leading the army in this battle wasn't Lan Tianqiao, but Shueleihan himself. Imo Qingqing's ability might be above Lan Tianqiao's, so she naturally deserved the position of marshal. However, now that the one leading the army was Shueleihan, it was a different matter. Shueleihan asked Imo Qingqing to be his deputy not only because he agreed to Imo Qingqing's request to participate in the battle, but also because he hoped to have Imo Qingqing's help to make up for his shortcomings. Shueleihan himself was also a master of the art of war. However, he had been an emperor for too long and had long been used to making arbitrary decisions. He wasn't used to hearing unpleasant words. In fact, in the Eastern Royal Heavens, there was really no one who dared to say unpleasant words to him. However, on the battlefield, a moment of carelessness could lead to a complete defeat. Imo Qingqing's timely arrival was the best compliment for Shueleihan. If Imo Qingqing was the marshal, she would have the same concerns. The two of them were a perfect pair, making up for each other's shortcomings and reminding each other to ensure that nothing went wrong. Behind them, the Prime Minister and Great General Lan were both beaming with joy. This was really a great help that fell from the sky. Imo Qingqing laughed without any reservations. She waved her hand and said, "Since I'm the deputy marshal, I should have some strength. Those outside, come over and listen to His Majesty's arrangements. Enter your respective army and do what you need to do." As she waved her hand, The tens of thousands of soldiers stopped in the sky and landed with a whoosh. This army was directly under Emo Qingqing's command. They were also her most loyal subordinates all these years. Back then, after Ao Xian took over the clear sky heavens and ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, Emo Qingqing had personally persuaded Ao Xian to keep his people. Most of the clear sky heavens experts stayed, but these tens of thousands of people would rather die than continue to stay in the clear sky heavens and serve Ao Xian. We are the Heavenly Emperor of the clear sky heavens, Emo Qingqing's people. We will always be. We will never be the evil cloud Heavenly Emperor's people. Even if we die, we won't be. These people's attitudes were firm. If they didn't let them follow, they would rather commit mass suicide than change their allegiance to another master. Her persuasion was ineffective. Helpless, Emo Qingqing could only bring these people away from the clear sky heavens. Other than being Emo Qingqing's loyal subordinates, these people were all capable experts. Every one of them had at least the strength of a saint. Back then, if Emo Qingqing had really fought Ao Xian to the death, with just these people's help, even if they couldn't deal with Ao Xian himself, the number of Ao Xian's high-level subordinates would probably be the same as this group of people. And this was the most conservative estimate. The overall strength and quality of these people were evident. So many loyal subordinates. Shui Leihan sighed deeply. Generals, brothers, you are not my subordinates here. From this moment onwards, we are all brothers in the same trench. We will go to war together. We will destroy the extraterrestrial demons together. We will revive the clear sky heavens together. This is everyone's common goal. We will go to war together. We will destroy the extraterrestrial demons together. We will revive the clear sky heavens together. We will fight for the common goal. All the soldiers of the clear sky heavens raised their arms and shouted, their momentum overwhelming the sky. Originally, everyone still had a lot of misgivings about coming here. To the eastern royal heavens, they were after all outsiders. There were so many of them, and everyone's strength was not ordinary. It was reasonable for the master to be a little wary and apprehensive about coming here abruptly. Especially, according to rumors, our Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign were rivals in love back then. Although they didn't know what was going on, everyone had heard of this rumor before. But with this sentence from the East Sovereign, all their misgivings and doubts disappeared in an instant. After the great battle, everyone is free to leave, Shui Leihan said loudly. But I'll say this first. Whoever doesn't come to drink my farewell wine before leaving, even if I have to go all over the world, I will find him and force him to death with wine. I will do what I say. Let's see who dares to come and try if my wine is enough and strong enough. Chapter 2660. Ha 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 ha. Tens of thousands of people laughed happily at the same time. Your Majesty, don't worry. We don't have to drink other wine. But we must drink the celebratory wine, the farewell wine, and especially the wine from you. Instead, Your Majesty Donghuang should be more careful. In terms of strength and cultivation, we may not be as strong as you, but drinking wine is a different matter. Don't let us get you drunk instead. That would be embarrassing. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, these people all followed General Lan and went to their own camps. Great General Lan and the majority of these people were old acquaintances. Naturally, he would make the best use of these people and not waste any of them. Amidst the cheers and laughter, the vast majority of the crowd dispersed. Brother Emo, please. Shui Leihan led Emo Qingqing into the East Emperor Palace. Okay. Emo Qingqing was free and easy. She brought the young man with her and walked in. This is? Shui Leihan asked. This is Quan, Emo Lu. Emo Qingqing smiled and patted the head of the young man beside her lovingly. This is my little brother's son. He's quite a capable one, Emo Qingqing said. Emo Lu, I've heard of him. Not bad, not bad. Donghuang Shui Leihan's gaze was a little complicated. He said, the one who killed Master Yun's son Yuntian is your little brother? The Prime Minister was still serving here. When he heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. thinking of the sibling relationship between Donghuang and Shuexian Although he had absolute confidence in Donghuang, he also muttered in his heart, "Are you starting to call me brother and sister again at this time?"
Yes.
Imo Lu's face suddenly twitched a little. His voice was hoarse and his spirit was also a little absent-minded. He clenched his fist tightly and said, "Actually, I didn't want to kill him." "How dare you?" Imo Qingqing was furious. He was the son of the current Thousand Saints true demon. Why couldn't he kill him? Especially at this time. He still said such words in front of Donghuang. Wasn't he making a fool of himself? "I really didn't want to kill him." Imo Lu was a little wronged, but he still said so. Imo Qingqing was furious and wanted to beat him up. "Tell me what happened." Xue Leihan hurriedly stopped Imo Qingqing. "It was him who wanted to kill me." Stranger sighed sorrowfully. "We were competitors. However, we are also friends who have always appreciated each other. Our personal relationship is quite good. At least, I sincerely treat him as a friend. This time, he was being hunted down and came to me. I hit him, but when he was out of breath, he was out of breath. He actually wanted to kill me and impersonate me to avoid this calamity. He was very familiar with everything about me. If he had really impersonated me, no one would have been able to discover it. However, there was one thing he had miscalculated. It's me who carries my father's divine sense. As soon as he attacked, he suffered a backlash. Stranger let out a long sigh. But at that moment, I was also stunned. I never would have thought that my good friend, who I had always treated as a brother, would actually try to kill me after I had risked so much to take him in. You keep saying that you're my good brother, but you've already stabbed me in the back. If it wasn't for the fact that Imperial Father's Divine will had immediately moved, I'm afraid I'll still be a confused ghost until the day I die." The stranger laughed miserably. "How can there be such a person in this world? I'm really blind. Idiot. He's been using you all along. You treat him as a brother, but he treats you as a joke." Imo Qingqing scolded in exasperation. "You're just an idiot. How can I have a son like you?" Stranger lowered his head, his face filled with disappointment. "Brother Imo, it's a good thing that young people are loyal and righteous. You can't scold him for this kind of thing." Donghuang Xian sighed. He comforted him. Originally, he still had some weird feelings in his heart. Now that he saw such a situation and heard such a thing, he was really completely speechless. So, Master Yun and Shuexian, son, were actually such trash. How could such a person talk about justice or injustice? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that Stranger was more pleasing to the eye. He even felt that they were in the same boat. At the side, the Prime Minister, seeing the situation in front of him, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yun Tian was the Lord's biological son, he was also the only son of the Saint Empress Shuexian which meant that he was Donghuang Shueleihan's biological nephew. If it weren't for the incident just now, he would have died in the hands of his good friend. To anyone else, they would have clapped and cheered. At most, they would have said that Stranger was soft-hearted and should have killed him on sight. But to Shueleihan, although he might not hold a grudge, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. At least, he wouldn't find Stranger very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, Stranger's choice might not have caught his father's eye, but it definitely caught Shueleihan's eye. In fact, Shueleihan's heart was even untied. It was just a reason, but it wasn't enough. For Imo Qingqing's father to see through it, it could only be said that heaven's will was unpredictable. That night, Donghuang Xian held a banquet to welcome Imo Qingqing. Only Shueleihan, Donghuang Xian Imo Qingqing, and Stranger's father were present. Two pairs of fathers sat at a table and drank wine, especially when the two fathers were both celestial emperors. Although they could chat and laugh freely, these two children simply felt immense pressure sitting here, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. This was pure torture. But slowly, the two of them also started to chat. This was a family banquet and had nothing to do with diplomatic relations. Especially now that Imo Qingqing was no longer a celestial emperor, this made things even more relaxed. As the two celestial emperors drank to their heart's content, they couldn't help but talk about the situation in the heavenly imperial court. Brother Emo, actually, my feelings, don't mind it. I don't have any other intentions. It's purely for the sake of the demon-exterminating battle later. Shuelehan said, the place where you can unleash your greatest potential is ultimately still the green sky heavens. If you return to the green sky heavens, you'll definitely be more useful. Emo Qingqing said gloomily, how can I not know this? But the problem is, Brother Shui, if you were me, would you be able to afford to lose face like this? Shuelehan sighed. What she said was true. No matter how selfless Mo Qingqing was, it was impossible for her to work under Aoxian, so he would rather look for Shuelehan. He could give in to Shuelehan, but he definitely couldn't give in to Aoxian. Although there was no deep hatred between the two of them, and it was Mo Qingqing who took the initiative to give in. But a matter of face was enough to obstruct all possibilities of becoming friends between the two of them, not to mention working under him. Then, what would the world think? Even if Mo Qingqing didn't think for herself, she had to think for her family and subordinates. The source of this matter is still that bastard saint. Mo Qingqing said, her face red with anger. He really tricked people to death. Fuck. The heavenly emperor of the green sky heavens cursed, which was rare. Obviously, the anger in his heart had already reached an unparalleled level. Such a despicable person, stealing a high position and actually deceiving people for a whole 1,000,000 years. If it wasn't for the recent rise of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, I'm afraid we would have been deceived for a long time. Or even worse, maybe all of us would have become his myriad Saint Real Spirit seed. Mo Qingqing raised a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. After so many years, we still haven't discovered his true colors. Speaking of which, we're really ashamed to death. We're equally ashamed. Shuelehan also raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Speaking of which, this matter also erupted a little late. Mo Qingqing said gloomily, if it had erupted a little earlier, why would I have given up my position to Ao Xieyun so easily? Wouldn't it have been better if I had become the Grand Marshal of the Green Sky Heavens and led the army into the Purple Sky Heavens? But now, I've just given up my position and the war has already erupted. This matter makes me feel like I'm a deserter. I'm so ashamed. Mo Qingqing raised the wine jar and drank wildly as she scolded, damned Highness Yun. And that damned Ao Xieyun. I'm so angry, so angry. What's wrong with this? Those who should go to the battlefield, don't they still have to go? A person with a crooked voice walked out abruptly. His body was still wrapped in bandages and was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. There were bloodstains all over his body. The person actually walked to the front of the East Emperor's table, slammed the table and said, I want a drink. Tui, drink your dead head. You're already so injured, and you still want a drink. If you want to die, go break your own meridians. Don't be an eyesore here. Shuelehan kicked him out and scolded. Can't you see that there are guests here? Such lack of etiquette, such lack of upbringing, really improper. Sit down and behave yourself. Mo Qingqing was stunned. Brother Shui, is this your son? To be able to be lectured by the East Emperor in such a strict manner and still call himself an elder, it must be one of his sons. Comparing the two, she instantly felt that her son was more obedient and sensible. She felt a little proud. At the side, Emo Lu looked at the vast snow. Donghuang Tiangtai was also confused as he looked at this guy who suddenly appeared. Xueqi had been in the East Emperor Heavens for a long time, but he always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Shuelehan had never seen him before. Mo Qingqing, open your eyes wide and look at how old I am. Xueqi immediately lost it. Fuck, even if you don't know much, you should have some common sense. I haven't settled the score with you for the previous fight, and now you're actually slandering me as someone else's son. Your son is a deadhead. You think I'm old? Shuelehan is far from qualified. I should be the one treating him as an elder. You're the #1 assassin in the world? Blood contract. Mo Qingqing immediately recognized him. This was a big shock. Brother Shui, what's going on? When Xueqi killed people in the clear sky heavens, he was stopped by Emo Qingqing. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. At this moment, seeing that the #1 assassin in the world was actually in the East Emperor's palace, Missouri Qingqing was really shocked. Chapter 2661. Emo Qingqing was puzzled. Why was this blood contract fellow here, and why was he so severely injured? It was just that his words were a little too much. Even if Shuele Han didn't choose his words carefully and claimed to be old, it was fine if he retorted and said that he wasn't qualified to be called old. But to say that I should be the one calling him old was a huge taboo. This was Dong Huang in front of him. Family misfortune. Shuele Han sighed helplessly. This is my younger brother. Your younger brother? He's your younger brother? Emo Qingqing was instantly petrified. Dong Huang actually had a younger brother, and this younger brother was actually the #1 assassin in the Heaven Imperial Court. Then it's more appropriate for me to call him old. No, it's not more appropriate. There's still a problem with being almost the same person. How is family misfortune? Without my help, you would have died long ago. Let's not talk about the past, just this time. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been killed by that woman. After we're done with the extraterrestrial demon, I'll find a place to live alone and never see you again. Xueqi scolded. Old is still a top expert. If I stay here every day, I'll be beaten and scolded by him like a child. I'll be a ready-made punching bag. If he's happy, he'll catch me and beat me up. If he's unhappy, he'll catch me and scold me. Who has seen such a sullen #1 assassin? How dare he call himself old in front of me? If I call you old, do you dare to answer? Not only that, if anything happens, I'll have to risk my life to take it up. Xueqi muttered, full of dissatisfaction and complaints. Shut up. Shuele Han was speechless. Will you die if you don't talk so much? Yes. Why not? Xueqi straightened his neck. At this point, Shuele Han was completely at a loss. There was nothing he could do. At the side, Emo Lu and Vast Snow stared at this scene. Emo Lu only felt that his brain short-circuited. Vast Snow also felt that his heart was in a mess. Emo Lu came over and asked softly, "This is your uncle?" Vast Snow looked at him blankly. He muttered, "I don't know." The two of them stared at each other. After a long time, Emo Lu sighed. "I understand." Vast Snow, on the other hand, was even more confused. "What do you understand?" Emo Qingqing kept coughing. He didn't know what to say to smooth things over. Finally, he reluctantly found a topic to talk about. Why do you want to find a place to spend your days? You and your brother are both living in seclusion. It's also fun to be together with brothers. Snow 7 let out a long sigh. Old Emo, there's something you don't know. Now that I'm with him, I'm still trying my best to endure his ravaging. Isn't that because the extraterrestrial demon isn't over yet? I'm also worried that this fellow will be killed by the heavenly demon, so I've been enduring the humiliation. But when the heavenly demon is done, then I'll be purely looking for a beating by his side. Even if I don't get killed by him, I'll be disgusted to death. Disgusted to death? Emo Qingqing's interest was piqued, and her eyes were filled with gossip. What do you mean by that? She thought to herself, could it be that Shuele Han still has some unknown? Special hobbies? If that was the case, then it would be greatly beneficial to one of his pursuits, Snow 7 snorted. He said, if he's just messing with me, I'll accept it on account that we're brothers. But during this period of time, this fellow has been flirting with Demon Xiner. I reckon they've long hooked up. Once the extraterrestrial demon is done, how can he still care about me, his brother? I'm afraid he'll have long left with his confidant. From then on, they'll be together forever, and I'll only envy them. What's the point of me being with them? To be a super big shit stirrer? How about I torture both of them together? My taste isn't that heavy. Shuele Han's face was as red as a jujube. Shut up. Is this something you can say? His tone wasn't very strict, and from the corner of his eyes, he was still scanning for Emo Qingqing's reaction. This was the plot that the two brothers had already discussed and planned for a long time ago. Upon hearing that, Imo Chingching was so shocked that her scalp went numb. Who did you say? Demon Exioner? You mean the Demon Empress? She suddenly stood up, her eyes as big as copper bells. The two of them were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. What was going on? Sigh. The world of the older generation is really complicated. We can't understand it. Who else could it be? Snow 7 drank to drown his sorrows. There's a big chance that I'll have to call her sister-in-law soon. How depressing. When the time comes and we're together, watching them being lovey-dovey every day. It's so disgusting that I'll die of disgust. Snow 7 raised his glass and drank. He looked up at the sky and sighed, as if he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He looked so dispirited that he seemed to be in a very low mental state. Secretly, Shuelehan secretly gave him a look that said, "You're very good. I admire you very much. You're indeed my younger brother." He felt very comfortable. Blood brothers were blood brothers after all. Looking at this cooperation, it's really a perfect pair, perfect and flawless. On the other side, Imo Chingching was completely stunned, like a wooden sculpture made of clay. After a long, long time, the former heavenly emperor of Qing Shao suddenly jumped up and flipped the table over. In an instant, the soup was all over the place, but he didn't care. He grabbed Shuelehan's collar and panted. "You motherfucker Shuelehan, why you? You bastard. How could you do such a thing? I'm going to fight it out with you." "Brother Imo." Shuelehan looked innocent. "What's wrong with you? Let's talk things out." On the other side, Imo Lu and Vast Snow were caught off guard. Their heads were smashed with the soup. They looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't dare to do anything. What the heck? What's going on? Vast Snow had a fish tail on her forehead, and her eyes were full of innocence. Imo Lu wiped the soup off her face and hurriedly asked Imo Chingching softly, Father, what's wrong with you?" "This. Uncle Donghuang has been alone for so many years. It's a good thing that he found a partner. We should be happy. Why should I be happy?" Imo Chingching was furious. She grabbed her son and roared, "Little bastard, you don't know anything, so shut your mouth. No one will treat you as a mute." The stranger was scared stiff. Her father had gone crazy. Shuelehan said discontentedly, "Brother Imo, what are you doing? Are you complaining that I didn't serve you well? You don't have to vent your anger on your own son, right? Imo Lu is innocent. Stop pretending in front of me." Imo Chingching was furious. "Shuelehan, I've already counted how many guts you have in your stomach 1,000,000 years ago." Shuelehan sighed. "I don't know anything. Haha, I really don't." He almost laughed out loud, but he actually had time to sigh and change his tone, as expected of Donghuang. At this moment, Stranger and Vast Snow both felt a chill run down their spines. Why did it feel like Donghuang was so proud? What's going on? Imo Chingching glared hatefully at Shuelehan, speechless for a while. Then, she sat down like a deflated balloon. She muttered, "What else do you want to say? What else do you want to say? Why? Why is it like this? Why am I always one step behind? Back then, I was already one step behind, and now, I'm actually one step behind again." "Brother Imo, so this is what you're talking about?" Shuelehan looked like he had just realized something. He sighed and said, "Brother Imo, it's been so many years. You should be more open-minded. You're already so old. Don't think about those useless things anymore. Why can't you be open-minded? Fuck. How old am I?" Imo Chingching was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. "We're the same age, and I'm even a few years younger than you. What right do you have to say that I'm already so old that I can't move anymore?" Shuelehan said sympathetically, "Brother Imo, you have to be more open-minded. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad in this world, but there are plenty of 2-legged women." Imo Chingching roared in grief and indignation. "Get lost. 3-legged toad. Why don't you go and find one? You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. I. Why am I one step behind again?" She lowered her head, incomparably sad and indignant. At the side, The strangers who were eating and drinking could clearly see that Shuele Han and his brother were beaming with joy, each making a victory sign. A certain young man almost spat out the mouthful of rice in his mouth. So these two fellows were in cahoots. This pair of brothers were actually the most outstanding actors. With their acting skills, if it wasn't for the fact that they got carried away and betrayed them at the end, they would definitely be best actors. Poor old man. Back then, Imo Qingqing and Shuele Han pursued Yao Xian at the same time. Imo Qingqing was especially obedient towards Yao Xian pestering her relentlessly. This matter could be said to be known by everyone in the Heaven Palace back then. However, in the end, Yao Xian still married the Demon Emperor Yao Sin 30. Shuele Han and Imo Qingqing became losers at the same time. This was also something that Imo Qingqing had always been brooding over. So much so that this time, Imo Qingqing very readily gave up her position to Ao Xian, perhaps because of the Demon Empress. I finally have nothing to do, so I'll pursue you every day, pester you relentlessly. I don't believe that you won't be moved. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. Imo Qingqing had a bellyful of wishful thinking. I'll first settle this big matter of the Sky Fiend here at the East Sovereign's place, then I'll go to the Demon Emperor's heaven. Anyway, with my handsome appearance, I don't need to do a roll call every day. I have plenty of time. However, I never expected that I would be one step behind again. And as Shuele Han's biological younger brother, Xueqi was naturally very clear about this past. At this moment, of course, he had to help his own brother suppress his love rival. He would definitely spare no effort at all. Imo Qingqing looked at the table full of delicious dishes, but also lost her appetite. She continued to stare fiercely at Shuele Han. Shuele Han's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't beat faster as he eagerly urged her to drink. Come, brother Imo. You've come from afar. Please drink more. Try it. This dish tastes pretty good. Try a few more chopsticks. Aya, it's fine. Come, drink. Chapter 2662. No matter what, Brother Imo and I are old friends for a million years. We can't affect our relationship just because of a woman. Come, let's drink. As long as you say the word, Brother Imo, I can guarantee that I'll immediately select a girl for you in the entire Eastern Royal Heaven. Shuele Han patted his chest and said, I'll definitely let Brother Imo choose the most beautiful one that suits your heart the most. Most. Shut up. Imo Qingqing roared angrily. Shuele Han, you're really too shameless. How can you say something like that? If I'm shameless, then I won't have a wife. Shuele Han was unperturbed. Pfft. Cough. The stranger who was listening by the side finally couldn't help but spit out the food in his mouth when he saw the older generation fighting like a child. Then, he started coughing and gasping for breath. Imo Qingqing lowered her head helplessly. I've never been as shameless as you. There's no chance for me to surpass you in this generation. Yes. Shuele Han nodded with a smile. Other than being shameless, you're also despicable. You're too despicable. Imo Qingqing accused. Yes, I'm despicable. Yes, despicable. Shuele Han nodded repeatedly. You're a shameless thing. Imo Qingqing scolded. Yes. Shuele Han laughed dryly. Damn it, as long as you don't interfere in my matters, I'll just let you scold me a little. The other party didn't give any specific response to her continuous scolding. Imo Qingqing gradually lost her temper as she scolded. She sat on the chair weakly and sighed. Her eyes were lifeless. You've already decided? Yes. Shuele Han took out a jade pendant proudly. On it was the Demon Empress maiden name. It was the Demon Empress handwriting. There was even the Demon Empress personal divine sense on it. This jade pendant was naturally not given to Dong Huang by the Demon Empress. It was stolen from Yao Ningning by Shuele Han. With Yao Ningning's cultivation, not to mention being on guard, she probably didn't even know that she had lost such an important jade pendant until now. A certain someone who was far-sighted, cunning, and unscrupulous came up with this plan. It was for the sake of dealing a blow to his love rival when he saw Mo Qingqing. Now that he had taken it out, the effect would undoubtedly be great. Seeing the jade pendant and sensing the person's spiritual will, Mo Qingqing was like a deflated balloon. You're ruthless. You even got the token of love. I admit defeat. Actually, you didn't fight at all. You didn't lose. Shuelehan said smilingly. There's no need to admit defeat. We're good brothers. Come. Let's drink. Mo Qingqing was furious. Are you trying to say that I don't have the qualifications to fight? No. Shuelehan put his arms around his shoulders and said earnestly, Don't mention it. The problem is, we've been brothers for so many years. You've also seen how poor I've been all these years. Do you have the heart to snatch anything from me? Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. She stammered, I don't have the heart to snatch from you. But you have the heart to snatch from me. Shuelehan sighed sadly. All these years, you didn't fight at all. I thought you'd given up. So, I can only work hard for my own happiness. If I'd known that Brother Mo still had such thoughts, I might have backed out. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened, speechless. His words were too artistic. Maybe he would have backed out? Then maybe he wouldn't have backed out at all? Ha. Besides, I've already pursued Xian for so many years. I can't possibly give you a heads up and say, I'm going to pursue Yao Xian. This doesn't make sense, does it? It's also disrespectful to Xian. Shuelehan said sincerely, Brother, you must understand me. Mo Qingqing was completely at her wit's end. Faced with such a shameless person, who could do anything about it? She could only raise her cup and drink, looking like she wanted to cry. As good brothers, Xian, and I really wish to receive your blessings. Shuelehan looked at Mo Qingqing pleadingly. Brother, you'll give us your blessings, right? You definitely will, Mo Qingqing said weakly. Shuelehan, just kill me, on the other side. Mo Luxin really felt some sympathy for him. Dad is just too honest. Honest people are always at a disadvantage in this matter. Unexpectedly, Mo Qingqing suddenly exploded. Shuelehan, I definitely won't give you my blessings. What bullshit blessings? I don't care what stage you've reached. I'll only tell you one thing. Right now, I'm officially declaring war on you. Shuelehan was stunned for a moment. He said in shock, You. I've already said so much. Seeing that my opponent is already disheartened and that I'm about to win, why is this hothead's temper rising again? Could it be that I've gone too far and it's backfiring? Mo Qingqing was furious. Even if you're already engaged, I still want to participate in the battle. Even if you're already married, I still want to participate in the battle. Even if you're going to live in seclusion together, I still want to live in seclusion in the same place as you. This life has an end, and the future is endless. I'm going to go against you. What are you going to do about it? Shuelehan was speechless for a while. He was obviously completely stunned. This guy is crazy? Today's matter should only be known by these few people. If the Demon Empress were to know about it, then it wouldn't be good for me. Not only would my wishful thinking of hugging the beauty fail, but it might also be completely ruined. This wasn't a joke. Shueqi spat out a mouthful of wine and stared blankly at Mo Qingqing. Was this guy also once a celestial emperor? Why is he so shameless? He's too shameless. Anyway, I've already pestered you for so many years. I don't care if I spend the rest of my life on this. If you can be so shameless, why should I be? Mo Qingqing gulped down the wine fiercely and said angrily, Anyway, I'm no longer a celestial emperor now. I don't have any status. I'm just a shameless guy. What can you do to me, Shuelehan? Shuelehan covered his face in pain and lowered his head. Faced with such a troublesome person who suddenly evolved, there was really no way to deal with it. After a while, he said very gloomily, Didn't you admit defeat just now? So what if I admit defeat? I regret it now. Can't I? Mo Qingqing said self-righteously. Shuelehan almost flew into a rage. Before he could get angry, He saw Mo Qingqing looking at him from the corner of her eyes. Shuelehan, you're not thinking of hitting me, are you? Come on, come on. Shuelehan was really a little dumbfounded. He sat down without any manners and said in an extremely conflicted tone, Brother Mo, you know that you have no chance. Why are you still? Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Why do I have no chance? I obviously have a chance. I'm very good at acting. Mo Qingqing snorted. She ate and drank in big mouthfuls of food and wine. After she was full, she wiped her mouth and stood up. Arrange a room for me right now. I want the best room. I want to go sleep. From tomorrow onwards, the battle between the two of us will officially begin. Shuelehan was furious. You, Mo Qingqing, you're really shameless. You eat, drink, and stay at my place. And now, you actually want to snatch my wife from me? How can you be so brazen and self-righteous? Mo Qingqing turned a deaf ear to him and left. She left behind a sentence. As long as you retreat, you can also eat and drink my food. Mo Qingqing held back her laughter and followed her father. She sighed that her father was indeed sharp. His counterattack was actually unparalleled. It was really impressive. Shuelehan hurriedly excused himself and slipped away. Her father's mood was not stable now. If she stayed, she would only be a punching bag. There would be no other outcome. Run quickly? Only Shuelehan was left facing the mess. He sighed, depressed and conflicted. Big brother, this guy still doesn't seem to have given up. This matter is not easy to settle. Shueqi came over. Nonsense. Don't I know? If it was easy, would I have to put on such a show with you? Shuelehan said angrily, this guy has been having unrequited love for more than 1,000,000 years. He has never given up. As he said, he let out a long sigh. Luckily, I was one step ahead this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he thought about it, he became proud again. But no matter how much you pester me, Mo Qingqing, you're still one step behind. I don't believe that after Xian, and I have settled our status and entered the bridal chamber, you'll still not give up. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Life is so beautiful. Shueqi watched as his elder brother walked back to his bedroom, shaking his head. He was stunned for a moment. Was there a need to be so happy? Wasn't he worried that the matter of stealing Yao Tai's jade pendant and passing it off as a love token would be exposed? If this matter was exposed, not only would Mo Qingqing not let it go, but the demon empress would also be furious. If something went wrong, it would be Shuelehan's turn to face the joint pursuit of two heavenly emperors at the same time. Why was he still so happy? Shueqi finally realized that compared to these experts after DE, he was really too far behind. But just this breadth of mind, this shamelessness, he was already far behind them. One was still pestering after being rejected for more than 1,000,000 years. The other was unscrupulous in the face of his love rival. In the face of his love rival's challenge, he didn't bat an eyelid, and he even put on a show. It had been more than 1,000,000 years. Two heavenly emperors, just because of a woman, actually almost fought. I'm indeed far behind them, Shueqi murmured. They're indeed the descendants of D. I'm really in awe of them. Not to mention the fact that Shuelehan now had a strong ally and also a love rival. What would happen in the future? Turning back to Chu Yang's side, they had already reached the legendary fairy forest. Chapter 2663. Ever since Chu Yang entered the elven forest, the rich aura that was filled with the rhythm of life became clearer with each step he took. The air seemed to be so fresh that one breath would make one feel refreshed. It was almost as if one was floating in the air. As they went deeper, this aura became more obvious. However, when they were about to reach the core area, this feeling became weaker. It was as if it was on the verge of decline and could not continue. The core area was supposed to be where the aura was the thickest. However, it was about the same as the entire inner area. Is there a problem here? Chu Yang looked at the lush greenery in front of him and asked.
Yes.
The god of archery let out a long sigh. He did not look good. Obviously, after leaving for a period of time, the situation here had worsened. The local spring of life is here? Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. Yes, it's here. At the mention of the spring of life, the 5 elven gods felt dejected. They sighed and said, originally, this should be the lake of life. Chu Yang grinned. Lake of life? How arrogant. It's already good enough to have a spring of life. You still want the lake of life. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, the god of archery knew that he had misunderstood. He said, Your Majesty, the elf race originally stayed in this forest because there was a spring of life here. The spring water from this spring of life overflowed very quickly. It was very strong. Back then, we obtained it by chance and treated it like a treasure. We tried our best to protect it. Here, we created a small artificial lake. This allowed the overflowing spring of life to have a place to store it. Over time, a small lake was formed here. And it was because of this spring of life that our elf race was able to gradually multiply and occupy the entire elf forest, becoming an existence that could stand on equal footing with the other heavens and earths of Heaven Imperial Court. But, perhaps after millions of years, the spring of life had reached its limit. We were shocked to find that the spring of life had started to dry up. This made us completely panic. The god of archery said bitterly, the spring of life is a very special existence. At most, only one spring of life could exist. It was absolutely impossible for 2 places to appear at the same time. Since the spring of life here had dried up, it meant that the spring of life was under this starry sky. Another spring of life has appeared. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. He thought to himself, could it be such a coincidence? When he obtained it, it was only the spiritual spring. According to what the archer god said, could it be that the spring of life had already begun to dry up when the spiritual spring appeared? We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find the location of the other spring of life. The number of springs of life here decreased with each passing day. We already know where the other spring of life is. It should be slowly growing and taking shape. And once the spring of life in other places is completely formed, the spring of life in other places will be completely destroyed. The spring of life on our side will completely dry up at the same time that the spring of life forms. But, fortunately, in these hundreds of thousands of years, although the growth of life has stopped, it still hasn't reached the point of being completely dried up. Although it's decreasing every day, it can still be maintained for a while. The god of archery's face was full of worry, but 3 years ago, the entire lake suddenly dried up. Then, the water level of the fairy spring also reached the bottom, leaving only a little bit. This change has made us completely lose our heads. Wrinkles appeared on the god of archery's handsome face as he said this. Chu Yang coughed and calculated the time. It seemed that it was 3 years ago when he obtained the spiritual spring. At that time, it had already evolved into the spring of life. He really didn't expect the spring of life to be so strange. One side had just formed, and the other side really dried up immediately. Under the starry sky, there couldn't be 2 springs of life at the same time. Wasn't this the same as one day couldn't be 2 days, and one country couldn't have 2 emperors? Was it exactly the same? This is the spring of life. Sigh. As they spoke, everyone had already entered. Speaking of which, this spring of life was similar to the one Chu Yang saw when he entered the fairy forest in the Double Heavens continent. It was just that the scale was much bigger. There were towering ancient trees all around. They were densely packed, and the branches between the trees were intertwined. After so many years, coupled with the special means of the fairy race, the trees had grown together to form a wall of trees that was dozens of feet thick. It was airtight. Under the deliberate transplanting of the trees, this wall of trees stood together and nestled together, forming a big circle. Above him, the branches were dense and lush, covering the entire sky. No light could pass through this layer of barrier. Occasionally, birds would sing happily inside, but there were no pests that would cause any harm to these towering trees. This was the lifeline of the fairy race. Every day, countless fairy race people would take care of it. Not to mention pests, Even ants wouldn't be harmed. The god of archery nodded slightly. The 18 elders of the fairy race immediately stood up. They gave the order. Open the fairy realm. Under the operation of the 18 elders of the fairy race, these fairies pressed their hands on the tree wall at the same time. Waves of green ripples gradually spread out. Green smoke gradually appeared in the wall of trees that was originally impenetrable. In front of Chu Yang and the others, a part of the wall of trees gradually became illusory and hollow. It was like an illusion in the water, rippling with the water. After a while, a door appeared in front of everyone amidst the changing mist. This dark green door was like a huge piece of jade, without any other colors. Your Majesty, please. The 18 elders bowed at the same time. They looked at this door like lowly mortals looking at the palace of the gods in the sky. It was like they were on a pilgrimage. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. It was like they were on a pilgrimage. It was like they were worshipping. Chu Yang, Imo Qingwu, Zi Xieching and the others walked past, their clothes fluttering. Only the 5 fairy gods followed behind them. As for the 18 elders who made this door appear, they only bowed to the ground and didn't dare to get up. They only had the authority to make this door appear, but they couldn't really step into this door and understand everything behind this door. Chu Yang and the others walked slowly into this mysterious green door. Immediately after, a dense green mist rose and covered the door once again. When Chu Yang walked in, he realized what the god of archery had meant when he said we created a small lake, and what kind of concept it was. As far as the eye could see, the so-called lake had long dried up, revealing the bottom of the lake. The reason why he could still see the concept of the lake and the size of the lake was because the entire bottom of the lake was actually made of completely green elven stones. It extended to a height of no less than a few hundred feet. It was stuck to the tree wall and was airtight. In fact, if it was called a lake, it would be better to call it a super huge bowl because the surface of the lake was definitely irregular. Only the bowl was perfectly round. Although the lake had dried up, the walls of the lake were still vaguely moist. Inside, there were still countless fairies guarding it. These fairies were the guardians of the secret realm. They lived their entire lives here. As long as the spring of life existed, they couldn't leave. In the center, there was a small well filled with greenery that was made entirely of top-grade elven stones. It was swallowing and spitting out green mist. At the end of the mist, there was a faint brilliance that constantly flashed. This brilliance was not unfamiliar to Chu Yang. In fact, it was very familiar. This was because it was the power of the spring of life. It surged in the mist, creating mist. Looking at this spring, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How many years had it been since he obtained the spring of life until now? However, the things that he had experienced in this period of time made him feel as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Just as he was about to walk over, Chu Yang suddenly froze. As if he had figured something out, he said, "This isn't right." The arrow god asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chu Yang said, "Just now, you mentioned that there is only one spring of life under the same starry sky. But the problem is, although the spring here has dried up, there is still a spring in the Chongtian continent that I left." The arrow god blinked and said, "I don't really understand what you mean. Am I not clear enough? What I mean is that I also have one spring of life on me." Chu Yang said, "I use the spring of life in my body to revitalize the spring of life in the Chongtian continent. Based on the current situation, even if your place is gradually drying up, it hasn't completely dried up yet. It's still the spring of life. It's just that the amount of water flowing out is extremely small. This means that there are at least 3 springs of life in this world. In other words, what you said earlier about the uniqueness of the spring of life doesn't make sense here. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The archer god was suddenly enlightened. However, at this moment, the other 4 elf gods, including the archer god, looked at Chu Yang with endless worship in their eyes. The arrow god's voice trembled as he said, "If that's the case, the spring of life on you isn't an ordinary spring of life. This is because an ordinary spring of life must have 1 life and 1 death. When one spring of life dries up, another spring of life will be born. There are no exceptions. However, to be able to create another spring of life without any damage to yourself, from what I know, there is only one type. Chapter 26:64. He looked at Chu Yang, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry. The spring of life on you. Is it called Holy Spirit Spring? Yes. Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, however, I have always used it as the spring of life. The effect is about the same. I didn't find much difference. At this moment, the group of elves guarding the spring of life fainted in unison. It was purely a collective action. My God, Holy Spirit Spring, I must be dreaming. Such a good thing. How can it not be a dream? Even if it is a dream, let me wake up later. The arrow god and the other four brothers were so excited that they almost fainted. They stammered, It's like this. The Holy Spirit Spring is a divine item that has always only existed in legends. It is equivalent to the spring of life. It has never appeared in a physical form. You. They stammered and even coughed again. They had really lost their composure. After a long time, they calmed down and said in a deep voice, once the Holy Spirit Spring appears, all the springs of life in the world will stop at the same time. As for the Saint Spirit Spring, in terms of effectiveness, it is only slightly better than the ordinary spring of life. However, it is a divine spring that can grow and evolve on its own. No one knows how far this evolution will take it. The only thing we know is that its initial name should be the Vitality Spring Water. The Vitality Spring Water is filled with vitality. Yes, that's the name. Chu Yang nodded. Then, through the gradual absorption of heavenly treasures, in a specific space, it will grow into spiritual spring water. Then, it will go one step further. Then, it will be the spring of life. When golden spots appear in the spring water in a green mist, it means that it has become the Holy Spirit Spring. The arrow god looked at Chu Yang nervously. Your Majesty, your Holy Spirit Spring is now. It is different from what you said. It still looks green now, but it is very faint. In a very quiet green atmosphere, there are faint seven-colored colors constantly jumping. It is not completely golden. Chu Yang frowned and said, a while ago, there were golden spots. There were indeed golden spots, but now it has become seven-colored. That's not a bad thing, right? Plop. The arrow god and the other elves sat on the ground. He hugged Chu Yang's thigh and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Even with the elven archer god's millions of years of experience, he was completely speechless and lost his composure. Not only him, but the other elves, such as the god of strength, were also trembling. They no longer had the elegance of the legendary elves. Inside the secret plane, all the elves were kneeling on the ground. Everyone was so excited that they were about to explode. It's actually a heavenly Holy Spirit Spring. It's actually evolved into a heavenly Holy Spirit Spring. An elf gasped. Chu Yang frowned. He slowly walked to the mouth of the fairy spring and looked down. Immediately after, he exclaimed in surprise, Aya, isn't there nothing left? The entire mouth of the well was filled with dense green fog. It was as if it had condensed into a solid substance. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the well. However, with Chu Yang's current level of cultivation, he could see through the green fog with one glance and directly reach the bottom of the well. The archer god and the others revealed bitter expressions. Yes, it was indeed almost completely dried up. When they walked out of the elven forest to fight the heavenly demons, there was still a little bit of the bottom of the fairy spring. But now, only the soil at the bottom of the well was still moist. As for the spring water, there wasn't even a little bit left. If the elven empress didn't reappear, the elven emperor's seal would be formed again, and Chu Yang's arrival, there wouldn't be any elves under the sky of the Heaven Imperial Court for at most 100 years. Your Majesty, please do something. All the elves knelt on the ground neatly, tears streaming down their faces. This scene was magnificent, but it also made one feel extremely sad. Chu Yang sighed. He was about to take out the spring of life when he suddenly hesitated. He turned his head and asked, that? I created a new spring of life here. My own spring of life won't disappear just like that, right? At least, my brother's spring of life in the Heaven Imperial Court won't disappear, right? This is definitely not going to happen. The archer god said seriously, what you have is the Heavenly Holy Spirit Spring, also known as the Spring of Life. It has already surpassed the original scope of the Spring of Life. Although it will absorb all the power of the Spring of Life when it's first formed, once it's formed, it can create another Spring of Life anytime, anywhere, in every spring that once existed. Moreover, it will never dry up. This is the greatest use of the Heavenly Holy Spirit Spring. Furthermore, it was said that the spring of life that had been nourished by the Heavenly Holy Spirit Spring would exceed the limit of only one spring water. The elf clan that possessed this kind of spring water would prosper forever and would never decline for the rest of their lives, because this already represents the recognition of the heavens and earth. Of course, the elves also need to not do evil and perverse things. Otherwise, if they have a guilty conscience, the heavens and earth will be our witness. The heavens and earth will naturally take back the protection of the elves' fate. The only way to be eternal is to have a clear conscience and be loyal forever, the archer god explained in detail. Only then did Chu Yang relax. If that's the case, then it's good. Even if my spring really disappears, it's nothing. What I'm most worried about is that brother of mine. If he finds out that his spring of life has suddenly disappeared, he will definitely come after me. Mo Qingwu and the others thought of Dukyu's temperament and couldn't help but smile. Once it was gone, Dukyu would definitely come after Chu Yang with his life. Under the gazes of the elves, Chu Yang's body slowly floated up. Then, with a flash of light in midair, Chu Yang's calamity sword appeared in his hand. Then, Chu Yang activated the Heavenly Holy Spirit Spring in the calamity space. A flow of 7-colored brilliance slowly appeared at the tip of the calamity sword. Then, drops of water, mixed with the 7-colored brilliance, slowly dripped down. The entire space was suddenly filled with 7 colors and bright stars. It was like the most beautiful dream. When the archer god and all the other elves saw such a miracle, they all knelt on the ground at the same time. Hot tears flowed down their cheeks as they prayed in the most pious way. They wished that they could immerse themselves in this beautiful dream and never wake up again. In midair, the dense branches that had long covered the sky seemed to have become transparent at this moment. It was as if they had disappeared. At this moment, it should be daytime in the outside world, but there wasn't the slightest bit of dawn in the sky. Instead, it was the gentle and beautiful moonlight that shone down. The sun and moon were also reversed at this moment. The moon in the sky was as big as a round plate. It seemed to be hanging above everyone's heads, as if it was within reach. Look, the moon god is also sincerely blessing us and the elves. In the elven forest, all the elves knelt down quietly at this moment, praising the most sacred situation in front of them. Countless extremely pious and pure psyche power and wish power slowly rose from the elven forest and merged with the purest, most beautiful, and most sincere moonlight between heaven and earth. It illuminated the earth and the universe. Such pure willpower was reflected back to the moon, and the moonlight became even more pure and bright. An invisible force silently flowed down from the vast sky, but it was also surging and surging downwards. Countless pure and true moonlight power poured into Chu Yang, who was now pouring spring water into the spring of life. Chu Yang stood quietly in midair. At this moment, moonlight flowed around him, as if he was covered in a layer of holy light. It floated gently beside him. At this moment, Mo Qingwu, Zi Xieching and the others looked at their beloved with eyes full of enchantment. This is my husband, the man I love the most. At this moment, he was like an omnipotent god. He was creating a great miracle between heaven and earth. Billions of creatures bowed down to him. 3,000 worlds were silent. Only a stream of rainbow-colored water poured out from the tip of the calamity sword and slowly poured into the spring of life. The mouth of the spring, which was originally dried up and had already poured out the last bit of the source of life, suddenly began to spew out green mist like a geyser. The mist carried specks of bright light as it gurgled out continuously. Not long later, the entire elven mystic realm was shrouded in this green fog. Everyone felt as if they were floating in the green fog. Even those who were close to them felt as if they were floating in the clouds. They were so far away, as if they were so close yet so far away. The sound of flowing water was like the most beautiful music at this moment. All the elves were moved to tears. They could not get enough of it. Gradually, all the elves could clearly feel that the spring of elves had started to echo with ding-dong sounds. This meant that the spring of elves had started to recover, and its source of life had started to pulsate. It no longer swallowed the spring water of the spring of life, but started to store it. As long as a certain amount of spring water was stored, the spring of life would be rejuvenated. Before all the elves could cheer, a light flashed on the forehead of the new elf emperor in the sky. The elf emperor's seal suddenly left his body and floated 3 feet in front of Chu Yang's forehead, slowly circling. Every time it circled, it would shoot out a ray of green light. The calamity sword flashed and suddenly shot out a rainbow-colored stream of heavenly Holy Spirit spring water that was as thick as a water bucket. Under the gaze of all the elves, who were so surprised that they almost fainted, it surged into the spring of life. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The green fog of the spring of elves shot up into the sky at this moment with a boom. It actually filled the entire sky and covered the entire elven forest. Countless life auras and pulsations of life engulfed the entire forest. Chapter 2665. All of the flowers and trees in the elven forest seemed to have eaten some sort of miraculous elixir at this moment as they crazily grew. Many of the old trees that had stopped growing suddenly sprouted new shoots at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they swayed in the wind, and their trunks gradually thickened. In the open space, countless tender green sprouts also broke out of the ground and grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to the height of a person. Then, they continued to grow taller and taller until they became a mature tree. Millions of elves were shocked to see such a miracle. They cheered loudly and ran to spread the news. Singing and dancing, cheering and jumping, the entire elf forest became a sea of joy. Those elves who were older all felt that the spring of life now was definitely very different from before. Its effect was stronger. Thus, the effect it could display would be even greater. All the elves who were injured and sick instantly recovered from their injuries at this moment. They seemed to be a few years younger. Some elven powerhouses even felt that their cultivation was also slowly improving. Heaven, earth, moon god bless the elf race. Long live the elf emperor Chu Yang. Without anyone organizing it, all the elves shouted spontaneously. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears of joy and happiness. Heaven has pitied us. Moon god has pitied us. Our elf race can actually have such a day of joy. In the secret realm, the spring of life was already full. Inside, the water was clear and gurgling as it flowed into the lake of life built by the elves. However, at this moment, the spring of life that flowed out was neither the original pure light nor the colorful light that Chu Yang poured out from the tribulation space. Instead, it was spring water. It was filled with faint golden light spots that were constantly flashing. Golden spots. The arrow god and others looked at the spring of life in front of them in disbelief. Suddenly, they kowtowed and shouted in ecstasy, "This is the Holy Spirit Spring! The Holy Spirit Spring! God! Thank heaven! Thank moon god! Thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor! Thank heaven! Thank moon god! Thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor!" He couldn't speak properly. Tears streamed down his face as he tossed and turned, only to say one sentence. Thank heaven. Thank moon god. Thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor. Chu Yang understood their current feelings very well and didn't try to persuade them. He just watched with a smile. At this moment, the heavenly Holy Spirit spring had already stopped its output. It was still thriving. Spring water gushed out of the well and flowed into the dried-up lake of life. In this small lake, the water of the Holy Spirit spring that was flickering with faint golden spots was gradually increasing. Gradually, it overflowed the bottom of the lake and overflowed the center of the spring. The water level was still rising. With both hands, the strength god took a sip of the Holy Spirit spring water, cherishing it immensely. Suddenly, he burst into tears. A man does not easily shed tears, only because he has not yet been grieved. Although this was the time to be sentimental, but it was also a moment of joy, and the tears of a man were flowing freely at this moment. I'm afraid that since ancient times, there hasn't been any fairies as happy as us. It's done. Chu Yang looked at the gurgling Holy Spirit spring water and spread out his hands. It was only a matter of time before the Holy Spirit spring water filled up this man-made lake. He floated down and stood beside Mo Qingwu. But no one paid attention to him. Or rather, no one noticed him at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, gazing at the beautiful scenery in front of them. At this moment, this place was directly a paradise on earth. Even calling it a paradise on earth wasn't enough to describe it. Chu Yang quietly reached out and hugged Mo Qingwu's small waist, holding her in his arms. So thin. It's as if I can pinch it with one hand. The so-called waist that can be hugged is nothing more than this. But Mo Qingwu didn't seem to notice this at all. She just snuggled in Chu Yang's arms, her eyes shining with a dreamy light. She murmured, Chu Yang, in the future, nothing will happen. You can also make a forest like this. Roar. We can live in such an environment. Wouldn't it be like living in a dream every day? That kind of day is the real day of immortals. Chu Yang nodded and said, that makes sense. When things are stable, we can make a forest like this that only belongs to our family. But he smiled bitterly in his heart. What does this little girl know? She's just intoxicated by the blurry atmosphere in front of her. If we can really live in such an environment, of course, the fairy race would be more than happy. But the problem is, we're not real fairies after all. Although this spring of life is a treasure, it's still water at the end of the day, shrouded in the humid air every day, not to mention clothes. Even the bedding will inevitably be damp. How can we stand it? If it really comes to that, we'll probably have to use our energy to dry the bed before we go to sleep every night, right? Although this isn't too troublesome. But how unromantic would that be, women? Sometimes they only care about a moment of romance and neglect the essence of life. When husband and wife live together, they often roll around in bed naked and fight. That's the happiest moment. As Chu Yang thought about it, a lecherous smile appeared on his face. Men all understand. Big brother doesn't need second brother to pretend to be Taoist or whatever. The big hand around Mo Qingwu's waist also gradually began to move upward. His face was still serious and contemplative, but one hand was advancing toward the beauty's strong peaks. Mo Qingwu was still intoxicated as she looked in front of her in a daze. So beautiful. Suddenly, there was a soft exclamation. She pulled Chu Yang's hand away from her chest and whispered coquettishly, there are so many people now. What do we look like? Don't move. The little girl's face had already turned red. She peeked at the others who didn't seem to notice what was going on here. Only then did she feel relieved. If others saw it, she would die of embarrassment. Chu Yang leaned close to her small ear and whispered into it. Okay, I understand what you mean. There are people here, so let's not move. When there's no one, let's move. Mo Qingwu was so embarrassed that she said angrily, you big pervert. I didn't mean that. When there's no one, you're not allowed to move. Chu Yang wailed and said, how can you be like this? I'm going to suffocate to death. Qingwu, when you were in that underground world last time, you once asked me, whenever we get out, you'll let me eat you. But we've already been out for more than a year. You still haven't fulfilled your promise? You're making me very sad. Mo Qingwu's face and ears turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws fiercely. When did I say that? I've never said that. You must have heard wrongly. You must have. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He tried his best to persuade her patiently and patiently. Qingwu, be good. As a person, you have to be eloquent and trustworthy. A person can't live without trust. We can't be the kind of people who don't keep their promises. Mo Qingwu snorted. She wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes, showing that she was ignoring him. A small hand quietly pinched Chu Yang's ear and gave it a hard pinch. Then, Chu Yang felt a sharp pain in his left waist, back waist, right waist and ear at the same time. The four parts of his body were twisted more than 180 degrees. He almost screamed out loud. Turning his head to look, he saw Wu Qianqian standing quietly on his left. Her small hand was pinching the soft flesh on the left side of his waist. She was turning it clockwise, and the degree of rotation was more than 180 degrees. Tai Butian stood on his right with an indifferent expression. One of her hands naturally hung down, pinching the soft flesh on the right side of his waist. She turned it counterclockwise, and the degree of rotation was even greater than Wu Qianqian's. Zi Xiecheng stood behind him, pinching a piece of flesh on the back of his waist without any scruples. She turned it clockwise, and then turned it counterclockwise. The degree of rotation was the highest among all the women. As for Mo Qingwu's small hand, she was exerting force on his ear. The degree of rotation was the smallest among all the women, less than 10 degrees. That won't do. This is his ear. Minister Chu almost cried in an instant. Why are all the women so proficient and similar in this method? For parts of my body being attacked at the same time, and I can't even resist. Is there any man in this world who can be more miserable than me? Having more wives may not be a good thing. Chu Yang wailed in his heart. If his wailing were to spread out, perhaps all the men in the hundreds of billions of people in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, except himself, would have a strong urge to beat him up. This guy is simply too cocky. Such an ungrateful person is simply the public enemy of all the men in the world. No, the public enemy of all men. Aren't there still male demons and male elves? It's such a sacred moment now. Don't make trouble. The four women warned Chu Yang sternly in his ear at the same time. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. Sacred moment? Isn't this so-called sacred moment created by me? Now I can't even speak. Heavens, earth, that moon goddess, is there still any justice? Feeling the sharp pain coming from all four parts of his body at the same time, and being sternly warned not to speak, the elf's ecstasy lasted for a long time. Just when Chu Yang felt like a year, he finally saw the god of archery leap over. Then, he hugged Chu Yang fiercely with a face full of irrational ecstasy. Chu Yang was passively bear-hugged by an old man. Yes, an old male elf. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, we've succeeded. We've exceeded our expectations. Ha 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 ha. Mo Qingwu and the other three quietly took a step back. Then, they saw all the elves in the secret realm, whether they had white beards or young and handsome ones, whether they were male or beautiful ones, pouncing over with ecstasy. In an instant, they drowned Chu Yang. From today onwards, this day was set as the grandest festival of the elves. The name of this festival was Sun and Moon Shine Together Festival. The moon goddess in the sky, Chu Yang on the ground, sun and moon shine together. Chapter 2666. Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, and the other girls pouted and sat in the room angrily. This was the bedroom prepared by the elves for His Majesty the Elf Emperor. It was extremely elegant and graceful, elegant and luxurious. However, Mo Qingwu and the other three girls didn't look happy at all at this moment. Chu Yang hung his head and sat opposite the four girls as if he had committed a crime. He spread his hands innocently. You really can't blame me for this. You were there to see the situation at that time. It's not like you didn't know. How can you blame me for this? I've been wronged. Pretend. Keep pretending. You're so pretentious. The four girls each let out a cold snort and looked at Chu Yang with scrutinizing eyes. Minister Chu broke out in a cold sweat. In all honesty, I've been wronged. Minister Chu stared at them innocently. On his head, face, on his neck, and even on his lips, they were all densely packed with lip marks. Even half of his lips were bulging. They were actually swollen from the kisses. These were all the masterpieces of those female elves who couldn't help but do in their ecstasy. The male elves had better self-control after all. Besides, no matter how excited they were, they wouldn't kiss a man. But those female elves were different. The moment they saw that the spring of life had recovered and that it was all thanks to the elf emperor, they rushed up and kissed Chu Yang for almost 2 hours without thinking. Besides, there was still a large group of people who hadn't lined up yet. After a round of ecstatic kisses, Chu Yang's eyelids and lips were all swollen. This showed how serious the disaster was. Even now, his neck was still full of cherry lips marks. In this situation, how could Imo Qingwu and the other girls not be jealous? It would be strange if they didn't. Chu Yang was strictly ordered. He was to maintain his current appearance and not be allowed to circulate his energy to recover. Then, he would come forward to be interrogated by the 4 girls. This guy is very perverted. I've known this for a long time. Tai Butian snorted. He was like this in the lower 3 heavens. In order to win the alliance of her sisters, Tai Butian betrayed Chu Yang without even blinking an eye. This was really an injustice to Black Sky. But before Chu Yang could say anything, he heard Wu Qianqian nodding hard and saying, "Yes, I can testify to this. That's what happened." Chu Yang fainted. What kind of people are these? Can't the 2 of you respect the truth? Was it possible? You can imagine, on the 3rd day, he has also provoked many young ladies from aristocratic clans. Imo Qingwu didn't even blink as she spoke without thinking. Chu Yang lowered his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. Little lowly, you were still a little girl who didn't know anything back then. When did you see me with another woman? Furthermore, he had provoked a lot of people. If there really were a lot of people. But your second brother can also tear me apart, right? He dared to say anything. This matter is reasonable. The first time you saw me in the upper 3 heavens, you took liberties with me. How can it be fake? Zi Sheqing accused domineeringly. Chu Yang sighed sadly. He was completely speechless. There was really no reason to reason with him. There was no way he could survive this day. Big Sister Zi, when you first showed up, you were dressed in a black robe that gave off a sinister vibe. I couldn't tell whether you were a man or a woman and thought you were a reclusive old devil. How could I have the guts to flirt with you the first time I saw you? What kind of taste do I have? Even if my taste was heavy, even if I wasn't afraid of death, I still didn't know if you were a woman at that time. I was still afraid of being disgusted. Evil deeds are everywhere. The evidence is conclusive. This is intolerable. The 4 girls said in unison, "Let's just talk about today." When those female elves pounced on him, the 5 elves and the rest had already left. He obviously had a lot of time and means to avoid those female elves. But he just stood there without moving, waiting for them to kiss him. Who doesn't know about the ambition of a wolf? Imo Qingwu pouted. That's right. With Chu Yang's cultivation, not to mention these elves, even if Di Ho came over to molest him, he would definitely not succeed. But today, he was kissed to his heart's content without any resistance. Why is this happening? Zi Sheqing said sarcastically. This guy has bad intentions. Wu Qianqian criticized seriously. He must be lustful. At this moment, he is still pretending to be pitiful and aggrieved, trying to get away with it. Tai Butian said decisively, "Can I say something?" Chu Yang raised his hand weakly. No. The 4 girls roared at the same time. Chu Yang lowered his head in grief. His heart was full of bitterness. How am I going to live in the future? It was already hard enough for an average family to have a tigress at home, but there are 4 of them at home, and all of them are at the level of a Tyrannosaurus Rex among tigresses this time. The 4 girls ordered Chu Yang to make countless unequal conditions based on their unreasonable principle of jealousy. Only then did they let him go unwillingly. The 4 girls naturally saw what happened. They also knew that Chu Yang really could not be blamed for this. But if we want to be jealous, what can you do about it? Do you dare to do anything about it? In the face of such arguments, even if Minister Chu was extremely powerful, he could only raise the white flag high up in the sky. But it was undeniable that this period of time could be said to be the happiest and most comfortable period of Chu Yang's and the four girls' lives in these few years. In addition, Chu Yang was very excited to find that after he was done with the elves, that indescribably huge power of destiny was continuously instilled into his body with an overwhelming force. It actually caused some changes in his dantian. Originally, there were clusters of nebulas in his dantian, but now, there were actually specks of starlight shining in the nebula. The most obvious one was a crescent moon hanging high up in the nebula. Chu Yang looked at it and found it familiar. This crescent moon was actually somewhat similar to the elves' moon god, and under the nebula, there were actually embryonic forms of mountains and rivers, although he did not understand what these changes meant. However, Chu Yang also knew that his cultivation had once again made an astonishing leap, and he had obtained the power of destiny and the power of merit this time. It was because he had single-handedly saved the entire elven race. In these few days, Chu Yang did not completely lose contact with the outside world. On the contrary, because Imo Tianji had given him the assistant of Tianji's hand of heavenly secrets, all the news in the world was converging towards him. However, Chu Yang was also able to receive every piece of information that Imo Tianji could receive. He truly experienced Imo Tianji's satisfaction of being able to control the world without going out. He had to admit that this feeling was really too good. Once he had control of it, he really could not bear to let it go. Saint Empress Xue Xian gathered the last of the Saint Emperor Palace's strength to besiege Xue Leihan and was defeated. The last 1,300 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were completely wiped out. The Saint Empress escaped pathetically with only her body intact. Chu Yang secretly criticized. With Xue Leihan's strength, since he had the upper hand, how could he let Xue Xian escape? It must be because of their sibling relationship that he could not bear to kill her, which allowed her to escape. Chu Yang's guess was extremely accurate on this point. The next piece of information was that although Saint Empress Xue Xian was lucky enough to escape the trap of the Eastern Royal Heaven, the disaster was not yet over. She encountered the former Heavenly Emperor of Green Firmament, Imo Qingqing, and was tragically killed. Her physical body was destroyed, and only a trace of her original spirit escaped. Although she did not completely perish, her strength was still greatly reduced. Every time Chu Yang received an important piece of information, Wu Qianqian would quickly write it down. Otherwise, if he wanted to check the information from the hand of heavenly secrets later, he might have to flip through it for a long time before he could find it. The amount of information he received every moment was really too much. After all, Chu Yang was not Imo Tianji. He could not manipulate the hand of heavenly secrets as he pleased. This means that the Saint Empress' original body was destroyed this time. Chu Yang pondered and said, "This means that the Saint Empress is the same as the Saint Monarch. At most, she only has 3 major doppelgangers. Currently, 1 doppelganger and 1 original body have been destroyed. At most, she has 2 more doppelgangers. And because her original body was destroyed, it is difficult for her strength to recover to its peak state. As for the Saint Monarch, he has already destroyed 2 doppelgangers. Now, he only has 1 doppelganger and 1 original body. And his original body has also been severely injured. It will probably take a long time for him to recover." Wu Qianqian also recorded this sentence. This was the most direct evaluation of the enemy's strength. The Demon Emperor Heaven announced that the Saint Emperor Palace's strength has collapsed and no one is left alive. Chu Yang looked and said, "The Demon Emperor Heaven has basically regained its peace and is fully prepared for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons." Wu Qianqian crossed off the Demon Emperor Heaven from the white paper. The Ultimate Heaven has also announced that it is completed. Dong Wushang is personally training the troops. Currently, the Ultimate Heaven has already begun to prepare for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons, Chu Yang said. Wu Qianqian crossed off the Ultimate Heaven again. The 7 temporary imperial residences of the Saint Emperor Palace in various realms have all been destroyed. All the people inside have been killed. There are close to 30,000 experts inside, and they are the myriad saints' true spirits. Hiss. As Chu Yang said this, he couldn't help but gasp. How many people were there in one temporary imperial residence? There were actually more than 30,000 myriad saints' true spirits in 7 temporary imperial residences. This was simply insane. Rue Budong's Heavenly Armament Pavilion of Thieves actually changed its style during this period of time and started to fight for hegemony. This is simply ridiculous. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. Why do the others still have some strength? This guy is also blindly joining in the fun. A nest of thieves, and he actually called himself the Great Emperor of Thieves. Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand and said mockingly, "This is too much. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Wu Qianqian and the other 3 girls were all stunned when they saw this. After understanding at a glance, they held their bellies and laughed. When they thought of Rue Budong's skinny monkey-like appearance in the imperial robe and crown, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Among the brothers, perhaps only Rue Budong, even if he wore a dragon robe, did not look too Chapter 2667. Luo Kadi and Xin Yang gathered the old subordinates of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and formed an alliance with the Wolves of Tian, Quebec. They raised the banner of exterminating the extraterrestrial demons and recruited soldiers to prepare for a great war. GMO is also making similar preparations. It's just that he's more inclined to exterminate the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace. His side has the most remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace in the Imperial Court. Fortunately, there aren't many experts, so GMO can handle them with ease. The Big Western Sky has announced the completion of the extermination. Gu Duxing is currently using extreme speed to gather soldiers and generals, recruiting new soldiers, and buying horses. The entire Big Western Sky is in the midst of training soldiers like a raging fire, preparing to go to war with the heavenly demons. Ao Sheyan hiss. Chu Yang's eyes widened. What's wrong? Zi Sheqing and the rest immediately sensed that something had happened and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Due to the urgency of the situation, he wasn't able to summon all of us. Thus, the elites of the clear sky heavens were sent out and the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. With the cooperation of the local experts of the clear sky heavens and the backbone of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, they managed to kill the 3 Devil Masters. The evil Cloud Great Emperor teamed up with the 7 Stars Guards and fought against the doppelganger of Venerable Cloud Great Emperor. 4 of the 7 Stars Guards died and 3 were severely injured. The evil Cloud Great Emperor was also severely injured. Fortunately, the doppelganger of Venerable Cloud Great Emperor was killed, and only a little of his original spirit managed to escape. After reading this news, the 5 of them were speechless. Who would have thought that the last 10,000 saints' true spirit base would actually appear in the clear sky heavens so unexpectedly? Furthermore, Ao Sheyun's improvement during this period of time was truly godly. How could the clone of a saint be so easy to deal with? On that day, Chu Yang and the other experts joined forces. Even with Mo Yuntian's 3 great 7 Star Guards as support, they still ended up with a tragic victory. And in this battle, Ao Sheyun had joined forces with all 7 Star Guards of the Clear Sky sect to kill the other clone of Master Yun. Although 4 of the 7 Star Guards were dead and 3 were severely injured, and although he himself was also severely injured, this battle result undoubtedly proved that Ao Sheyun's current abilities did not fall behind his brothers. He might even have achieved a breakthrough. But the intensity of this battle caused everyone's hearts to sink to the extreme. Of the 7-star bodyguards, 4 were dead and 3 were severely injured. This was to the destiny of the green firmament. It was a huge blow. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. It was as if he could see Ao Sheyun's pained expression. Duke Xie never showed his emotions on his face. He hid all his emotions in his heart. He was a rather introverted person. However, Xian's feelings were not weaker than any of his brothers. On the contrary, the more repressed a person was, the more they valued relationships. Now, so many of the experts under Ao Xianyun's command had been killed or injured. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable it was for Ao Xianyun. Tai Butian frowned. Doesn't Ao Xianyun still have the super version of the heavy pill? How could there be such heavy casualties? Chu Yang said, in this battle, apart from Xianyun himself, there's no one else on Xianyun's side who can fight against Lord Yun's doppelganger head-on. Even Xianyun might not be able to do so. Fortunately, I left him 30 heavy pills last time. Otherwise, the result of this battle would have been disastrous. Forgive me for not knowing. However, when faced with such a strong enemy like Lord Yun, without a certain level of cultivation, even if there's a healing panacea like the heavy pill, one might not have the time to consume it. It's just that the next time I see this fellow, I'll definitely give him a good thrashing. He actually went to do such a dangerous thing by himself. Why didn't he inform us beforehand? Is the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department all useless? Such an important piece of information is only reported now. They really deserve to die. Chu Yang didn't hide his sorrow at all. Mo Qingwu was silent for a while. Then, she said, Big Brother Xianyun has always been a very arrogant person. Previously, he fought against the doppelganger of the saint many times, but he never had the chance to participate in the battle. I think this time, he probably didn't say anything on purpose. He probably wants to do it by himself. Of course, this little one definitely thinks so. But what kind of person is that saint? How can his doppelganger be small? That day, when we first fought, we formed a calamity battle formation and almost gave it our all before we were lucky enough to take him down. When we got rid of the other doppelganger, although it seemed easy, it was also because we caught him off guard. Also, I used the devouring power of the calamity sword as the initiative. Only then did we succeed. He was envious and insisted on fighting with his own strength. Although he took down the doppelganger of the saint, he caused himself to be injured. What's the point? Chu Yang said angrily. When we see him later, he'll definitely be beaten up. No one can persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Chu Yang still wasn't at ease. He immediately ordered an elf to summon the dark deity. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the clear sky heavens and give some medicine to the evil cloud great emperor. Then, if there's nothing else, you can stay there for the time being. At that time, you'll set off with the evil cloud great emperor and meet up at the purple cloud heavens. The dark deity agreed readily. He took the medicine that Chu Yang gave him and set off immediately. Only after sending such a super bodyguard to Ao Xian did Chu Yang feel slightly relieved. The dark deity might not be comparable to the East Emperor Demon Empress in terms of actual strength, but he was definitely not inferior to the other emperors and empresses. Furthermore, his assassination skills were almost not inferior to the divine soul of the calamity. He was definitely the best candidate to be a bodyguard. What Chu Yang was most worried about now was that the saint and empress were already at the end of their rope. If they were really desperate and wanted to take revenge on everyone, the best choice now was Ao Xianyun, who had just finished a great battle and had yet to recover from his injuries. One must know that the strength that Ao Xianyun possessed now was really very weak compared to the top-notch combination of the saint and empress in the Heaven Imperial Court. Now that the doppelganger of the saint has been completely destroyed, it's the only body left. Only my original body is left, Chu Yang reminded Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian hurriedly changed another stroke. Hearing that, Tai Butian asked, there are only a total of 3 saints? Is there any basis? We can't be careless about this. We must confirm that there's no mistake. Otherwise, it may cause an unforeseen event, and the impact will be immeasurably huge. Hearing that, Chu Yang was also stunned. There should only be these 3. Creating doppelgangers requires the creator's cultivation, lifespan, and original spirit. It's not easy to create them. Even with the saint's strength, creating 3 doppelgangers is already the limit. Zi Xieching said, in addition, logically speaking, the saint's 3 doppelgangers are respectively guarding 3 10,000 saints' real spirit bases. If there's one more, then there should be one more base. According to the information we have, there are only 3 10,000 Saints real spirit bases, so there should only be 3 doppelgangers. Furthermore, if he forcefully creates doppelgangers, the strength of the original body will be further weakened. I believe the Saint won't be so unwise. Everyone nodded. Mo Yuntian announced the completion of the extermination, Chu Yang said. Thus, Wu Qianqian crossed out Mo Yuntian. The former heavenly emperor of Green Firmament, Mo Qingqing, led her trusted subordinates and went to the East Royal Heavens after killing the Empress Shui Xian'er. Now, the East Royal Heavens has completed the mission of exterminating the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace and is fully prepared for war. The Eastern Sovereign has announced that he will personally lead the army to the Purple Firmament Heavens and will be the commander of the Eastern Sovereign Heavens Army. The former Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Mo Qingqing, will be the deputy commander of the army. Chu Yang was dumbstruck once this news was read out loud. He was left speechless. This matter, how did it develop and change? How did these two people end up together? It seemed somewhat incomprehensible, inconceivable, and unimaginable. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this news. None of them were mentally prepared for something like this. Although this news couldn't be considered bad news in any way, it was still a little too shocking. This matter, TSK. I'm afraid there are other inside stories. Chu Yang smacked his lips and sighed. What he didn't know was that not only was there an inside story, there was a huge inside story. How could Chu Yang have known that these two Sky Kings who had just gotten together were actually old rivals in love for more than 1,000,000 years? Furthermore, they had not been able to compete for the position of Sky King. Furthermore, they were still fiercely fighting for affection with each other day. Of course, everyone didn't know about these inside stories. Otherwise, they would be even more dumbstruck and inexplicably shocked. When the same piece of news reached the ears of the Demon Empress, Demon Exion, spat out the mouthful of tea she had just drunk with a pew sound. The target of that mouthful of tea was Demon Empress Yao Ningning, who was standing in front of her like a javelin and being reprimanded. A certain empress was sprayed all over her face by this sudden mouthful of tea. Yao Ningning was incomparably flabbergasted and incomparably depressed. She was clearly standing and being reprimanded while listening to Empress Mother's latest instructions. Why did it suddenly erupt? Her entire face was covered with water, and she didn't dare to wipe it off. Cough, cough, cough. The Demon Empress coughed and only calmed down after a long while. She gasped for breath and said, "The Eastern Royal Heavens is really quite lively now." At the side, the beautiful woman in white who was more familiar with the inside story covered her mouth. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was really hard to hold it in. More than 1,000,000 years of love rivals and losers were together again today, and Dong Huang was one step ahead again. The depression of the heavenly emperor of the Green Firmament, Mo Qingqing, could be imagined at this moment. It was just that it was hard to imagine what kind of amazing thing would erupt between the two of them. She was looking forward to it. In any case, Shui Leihan definitely won't have it easy, the Demon Empress said very calmly. The Demon Empress was still quite clear about Mo Qingqing's style of doing things back then. That fellow pestered her relentlessly. When she went to the extreme heaven, he followed her there. When she went to the Purple Firmament Heavens, he followed her there. When she went back to the Demon Emperor Heaven, he actually followed her back. Because of this, the Demon Emperor and Mo Qingqing fought no less than hundreds of times. However, Mo Qingqing's infatuation didn't change. She was still infatuated and pestered him relentlessly. It was only until the Demon Empress got married that Mo Qingqing finally gave up. However, on the day of the wedding, Mo Qingqing came to congratulate her. On the wedding day, she made this declaration: Exion, although you're married, I'm still waiting for you. If you find out that this fellow has a lot of problems, come and find me. If you don't want to live with him anymore, come and find me too. If he dies in his prime, come and find me too. Chapter 2668. Who would speak like that at someone else's wedding? Before she could finish her sentence, Imo Qingqing was beaten up by the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress, Donghuang Purple Firmament, Heavenly Emperor, and the rest. That time, the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was almost beaten to death at the wedding. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were married, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was beaten up. This incident was a joke in the Heaven Imperial Court back then. It would definitely be a good show if such a person went up against Shuelehan now. Of course, it's foreseeable. The beautiful woman in white laughed. The Demon Empress frowned in surprise. Ninger, where's your jade pendant? Isn't it right here? Yao Ningning habitually touched her own neck and removed the jade pendant from her neck. Then, she cried out in shock. This isn't my jade pendant. Whose jade pendant is this? Where's my jade pendant? What's going on? It was a piece of jade that was bright and clear. It must be something good. Even a blind person could see that. But it wasn't her original jade pendant. Although the shape of this jade pendant was similar to her own, it actually had Donghuang Shuelehan's name on it, as well as that familiar pressure of heaven and earth, Donghuang's divine consciousness. So, no matter how she judged it, this definitely wasn't her original jade pendant. Yao Ningning was confused at this moment. What's going on? What's going on? Why did this jade pendant change? You idiot. The Demon Empress glared and wanted to scold her son, but she didn't finish. She roared, You didn't even know that your own jade pendant had been swapped. You only know now when I ask. Tell me, what else can you do? This is something that's hanging around your neck. Why don't you have your head hanging off your neck too? Demon Empress looked confused, her eyes full of grievance. The beautiful woman in white persuaded her at the right time. Sister, you're going overboard. It's Donghuang who did it. Not to mention Ning even if it was me, I might not be able to detect it. Not to mention Ning yes, Auntie is right. That jade pendant was obviously taken away by Donghuang. With his skills. What can I do if he wants to take something from me? Would I be able to guard against it? However, in the face of her furious mother, even with the help of the auntie, Yao Tai could only lower her head and admit her mistake. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost the jade pendant you gave me. I should have fought back. Fight to the death. Even if it's Donghuang, even if I know I'm no match for him, I'll still protect my jade pendant with all my might. The Demon Empress rolled her eyes speechlessly. Don't make me angry here. Get out. Yao Ningning felt as if he had been pardoned. He rolled and crawled out of the wilderness. When she reached the door, she remembered and asked, Imperial Mother, then this jade pendant, should we throw it away? Throw it away? What are you thinking about? The Demon Empress roared. That is the amulet that your uncle Donghuang made for you. It's a rare treasure in the entire Heaven Palace, and you want to throw it away? You actually said you wanted to throw it away? I'm not throwing. I'm just kidding. Yao Ningning was scared out of her wits. He turned around and ran away. Can't I worship him like an ancestor? This little rascal. The Demon Empress roared for a while and suddenly laughed herself. Say it. Why did I raise such a heartless son? He's so worrisome. The beautiful woman in white pursed her lips and smiled. This topic was really not good to talk about. You can scold your own son however you want, but if others say anything bad about him, you'll immediately fight to the death. I'm not annoying then. The Demon Empress took out a jade pendant and roared, Shuelehan, what do you want to do with my jade pendant? Taking it without telling is called a thief. I didn't expect you, the great Donghuang, to do such a thing. The jade pendant that Donghuang took away and the jade pendant in the Demon Empress hand now had the Demon Empress' own divine consciousness. Naturally, they could communicate instantly. At this time, Shuelehan in the East Royal Heavens was drinking tea with Imo Qingqing. Suddenly, he felt the jade pendant on his chest vibrate, transmitting a message. Shuelehan shook his head and smiled. He said helplessly, Women, it's only been a few days, and you're already sending messages to talk to me. Sigh, how annoying. Hearing that, Imo Qingqing's face turned pale. She looked at Shui Leihan blissfully as he took out the Demon Empress jade pendant. A certain someone shook his head and checked the messages from the other side. Although he was anxious, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but be furious. He said angrily, "Put down the jade pendant if you find it annoying." "I don't find it annoying. I'm happy to listen." "Why should I?" Shui Leihan looked at him in surprise. "This is a private conversation between the two of us. Why are you interfering? It's my business if I find it annoying. So what if you're happy to listen? Don't you know that you can't bully your friend's wife? As a celestial emperor, even if you're past your prime, you can't be so despicable." Emo Qingqing smashed the teacup in her hand into pieces. She had nowhere to vent her anger. At this time, Shui Leihan had already finished listening to the Demon Empress roar. His heart couldn't help but twitch. He instantly felt his legs go soft. But when he turned his head, his expression didn't change. He shook his head lightly and smiled helplessly. Emo Qingqing's curiosity was indeed aroused. What did she say? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and said, "I thought it was something important." "If you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. She just asked me what I ate this morning." Sigh. This woman's thoughts really make one speechless. Emo Qingqing was dumbfounded. She was full of displeasure but couldn't say anything. "Say, Brother Emo, we're both celestial emperors of our generation. How can we make things difficult for ourselves when it comes to food and drink?" Shui Leihan had a helpless look on his face. Women, I really don't know what they're thinking about every day. Are they really that bored? If they miss me, they can just say that they miss me. Is there a need to talk about such a nonsensical topic? Emo Qingqing's face turned green. All right, let's ignore her. Come, Brother Emo. Where were we just now?" Shui Leihan put the jade pendant away with an indifferent expression. "I forgot." Emo Qingqing looked dejected. Looking at Shui Leihan's smug face, she suddenly felt powerless. "Damn it, where were we just now? What the fuck do I have to talk to you about? I'm going to take a look at the army's training now. This can't be delayed." Emo Qingqing stood up dejectedly and walked out. She really didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. "Take care, Brother Emo. It's been hard on you, Brother Emo. I'm counting on you." Shui Leihan watched Emo Qingqing walk out proudly. After making sure that she was far away, he immediately took out the jade pendant impatiently. "Xin, listen to me. I didn't mean to ignore you just now. This is what happened. You have to listen to me. There's a reason for this." Dong Huang looked anxious. From the jade pendant came the roar of the Demon Empress. Shui Leihan was sweating profusely. He lowered his voice and said, Calm down. I really didn't mean to. Yes, it's my fault. You're angry? Of course you should be. If I were you, I would be angry too. What's wrong with this? Don't worry. You can't blame me for this. You don't know how infuriating this Emo Qingqing is. He actually said that you're old and wrinkled. I was just angry. This bastard. How could he say that? I was angry at that time. Didn't I just finish arguing with him? If you were in front of me, I wouldn't be so nosy. You know my ex-iner. I can't bear to see others say anything bad about you. Moreover, Emo Qingqing went overboard. After the explanation, Dong Huang was sweating profusely, but his whole body relaxed. He put the jade pendant back and actually crossed his legs again. Emo Qingqing. Hee. You're finished, ha ha ha. He actually hummed a little tune. Shui Qi, who had been listening in the room behind him, spat in disdain. Fuck. He's too shameless. In order to deal with his love rival, he actually started to slander. Are you still Dong Huang? Don't tell others that you know me. I can't afford to lose face. I really feel bad for Emo Qingqing to have met such a love rival. Just as he was cursing in his heart, Shui Leihan walked in with a happy face. When he saw Shui Qi, he immediately flew into a rage. Why? What's with that expression on your face? You seem to be very disapproving of it? Facing his brother's ferocious look, Shui Qi hurriedly smiled apologetically. No way. My big brother is wise and honorable. He's in love with my sister-in-law. That Emo Ching Ching is just a troublemaker. She's too rude. To think that he used to be a celestial emperor. He actually doesn't know that he shouldn't covet his friend's wife. I really despise him from the bottom of my heart. Shui Lei Han nodded sanctimoniously. You can be so righteous. My years of teaching have not been in vain. I'm very comforted. Remember to work harder and continue to promote it. Do you understand? With his hands behind his back, he walked away. Xueqi smiled apologetically. Watching his brother's back disappear into the distance, he finally spat and muttered, "Fuck. If I were to learn from you like this, I'm afraid that I'd have long learned to cheat, steal, eat, drink, gamble, and smoke." Latest news. Saint Empress Xuexian was discovered in the ultimate heaven. It immediately triggered a fierce battle. Dong Wushang personally went to fight with her. Xuexian was no match for great Emperor Wushang and couldn't escape. She had no choice but to summon another doppelganger. However, she was still no match for great Emperor Wushang, Emo Lei Air, and the Seven Stars Guard. At the critical moment, Saint Empress Yun appeared and saved Xuexian. Looking at this latest news, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Everyone also fell silent. With the news here, it could basically be announced that the strength that Saint Empress and Xuexian had accumulated for 1,000,000 years had all been destroyed. Now, the strength that still belonged to them was at most the two doppelganger of Xuexian and great Emperor Wu Shang himself. Other than that, there was also the 10,000 saints' true spirit that was still hidden in the martial world. However, these forces were obviously no longer a threat. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.